not divide us. It must unite us in compassion. Cyprus stands ready to cooperate, not with walls, but with will. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Cyprus for the statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Azerbaijan to present the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Azerbaijan recognizes the gravity of the global refugee crisis, a challenge that knows no borders and demands shared humanity. As a nation that has itself hosted over 1 million refugees and internally displaced persons due to conflict, Azerbaijan deeply understands their suffering. We believe that international cooperation must focus on fair burden sharing, sustainable development in host communities, and respect for sovereignty while providing humanitarian aid. Azerbaijan calls for stronger UN coordination and increased global funding to ensure that every displaced person receives dignity, security, and hope. Together, we can transform compassion into action and ensure that no refugee is left behind. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Azerbaijan. I have 22 more speakers in my list. Unless there are no speakers, I shall now close the list. Are there any speakers? You can raise your place card. If you want to present your statement, you can raise your place card. You have not yet presented and you want to present. Being noted down. The next 5 speakers in my list are Andorra, Angola, Central African Republic, Argentina, and Bahamas. I request those who want to speak, please raise your placards. Keep your placards raised that we are noting it down.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, the delegation of Andorra, founded on peace and neutrality, is profoundly alarmed by the scale of the global refugee crisis, a clear humanitarian catastrophe and a moral test for us all. Andorra proposes moving from rhetoric to tangible collective actions through 2 initiatives: equitable burden sharing. We demand a transparent, predictable mechanism where all states contribute financially to frontline nations. Investment in root causes. We must move upstream, bolstering diplomatic efforts and development aid to tackle the source of displacement, conflict, climate change, and poverty. As a small country, Andorra understands the power of collaboration. Let us stand together to ensure safety, dignity, and a future for the displaced. Gracias.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Andorra for the statement. You can keep your place cards down.
Delegates, all those who've made your general speakers list, please don't add your name to the list again. Please raise your placards only if you've not made your speech already. Okay.
Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Angola to make the statements.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Angola knows all too well the devastating impact of conflict and displacement. For decades, our own citizens were forced to seek refuge across borders. We carried out history with a study and understand firsthand that the refugee crisis is a profound human tragedy that demands our full attention. Now, as a nation that has also offered refuge to those fleeing violence in anywhere, we understand the immense pressure on host nations. We are a testament to the fact that these nations cannot bear this burden alone. International cooperation is not a choice, it is a necessity. Angola urges this body to strengthen partnerships with humanitarian agencies and prioritize the dignified and safe integration of displaced people. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Angola for the statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Central African Republic to make the statement.
Bonjour, Excellencies, distinguished delegate. We, the delegate of Central African Republic, stands before this assembly as both a nation that has endured displacement and one that has opened its doors to this conflict from our neighbors. We know deeply the pain of exile and the power of solidarity. Today, over 100 million people worldwide are displaced by war, persecution, and natural disaster. This crisis transcends borders. It calls for renewed international cooperation for stronger humanitarian partnerships and for sustained support for host countries and vulnerable communities striving to rebuild with dignity. For us, in the Central African Republic, peace and recovery remains fragile. Yet our commitment to humanity is steadfast. We urge this assembly to turn compassion into concrete action to ensure that no refugee is forgotten and no nation left to shoulder this burden alone. Humanity is strongest when it stands together. Singla.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Central African Republic for making their statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Argentina to make the statement.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we, the delegate of Argentina, rise with both compassion and conviction. Around the world, today, millions wander, not by choice, but by circumstance. They leave behind homes, histories, and hopes, carrying only the dream that somewhere humanity still lives. To Argentina, these souls are not strangers. We have long opened our arms to those seeking peace, for we believe that a border can divide land, but never the human heart. Yet, the time for sympathy has passed. The time for solidarity has come. Let this assembly not be a chamber of promises, but a beacon of action. Let nations unite to share responsibility, rebuild lives, and restore dignity. Because every refugee we protect is a story we save, a story that proves the world still has compassion, still has courage, and still has conscience. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Argentina. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Bahamas to present their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, and esteemed representatives, we, the delegate of Bahamas, the Commonwealth of Bahamas stands deeply concerned about the growing global refugee crisis across the world. Millions are forced to flee their homes due to the war, persecution, and the worsening impacts of climate changes. This is not a regional issue. It is a global humanitarian challenge that requires collective action. As a small island, devoting states and Bahamas understands the inability of peoples displaced by the natural disasters and sea levels, we believe that the compassion, shared responsibilities, and international cooperations must be guide our response. The Bahamas calls for stronger partnership between nations. Together we can build a world where every person forced to flee can find safety, dignity, and hope for a better future. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Bahamas for the statement. The next 5 speakers in my list are Bahrain, Yemen, Zambia, Iceland, and Croatia. I now request the distinguished delegate of Bahrain to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegate, we, the delegate of Bahrain, the country of Bahrain recognizes the urgent need to address the growing global refugee crisis. Around the world, millions are displaced by conflict, persecution, and climate change. This is not only a persecution, but a test of our shared responsibility and compassion. We must work together to provide safe shelter, education, and healthcare for refugees, while also addressing the root causes of displacement. Through the Royal Humanitarian Foundation and the Bahrain Red Crescent Society, my country has supported relief efforts in Syria, Yemen, and Palestine. Bahrain calls for stronger global partnership to ensure that humanitarian aid reaches those most in need. Let us stand united, not as separate nations, but as one global community to protect human dignity and give every displaced person hope for a better future. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Bahrain for the statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Yemen to make the statement.
Honorable Chair and respected delegates, the Republic of Yemen stands before this assembly deeply aware of human suffering caused by the global refugee crisis, a crisis that transcends borders, politics, and religion. As a nation that has both produced and sheltered displaced persons, Yemen understands the pain of displacement firsthand. Millions of refugees around the world continue to face hunger, insecurity, and a loss of dignity. We urge member states to strengthen humanitarian funding mechanisms, ensure equitable burden sharing, and uphold the principles of non-refoulement. Furthermore, let us remember that behind every statistic is a human story. The Republic of Yemen calls this assembly to not act out of charity, but out of shared humanity. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Yemen for the statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Zambia to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the Republic of Zambia stands as a symbol of peace and hospitality in Southern Africa. Guided by the principles of unity, compassion, and regional cooperation, Zambia has long welcomed refugees fleeing conflict and persecution. For decades, our nation has provided safe haven to people from Angola, the DRC, Rwanda, and Burundi, helping them rebuild their lives with dignity. Zambia believes the refugee crisis is a shared global responsibility, not a burden for few nations to bear. We urge the international community to strengthen cooperation, support host countries, and tackle the root causes of displacement, poverty, conflict, and inequality. The delegate of Zambia remains committed to compassion, inclusion, and a world where no one is forced to flee their home. Zambia believes humanity has no borders. Our strength lies in unity and compassion. Natotela.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Zambia for the statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Iceland to make the statement.
How many people should suffer for a change to be made? Distinguished Chair and respected delegates, over 1,200 million people are forcibly removed from their respective countries, stripped from their identities and their rights. Iceland believes that we should strive for unity and peace. Iceland is also extremely committed to the UNHCR. Every person, irrespective of their class, creed, gender, ethnicity, and so on, should have the privilege of comfort and of feeling safe. Through compassion and unity, we can protect the future of humanity. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Iceland. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Croatia to make the statement.
Dobar dan, poštovani predsjedavajući I dragi delegati. We, the delegate of Croatia, stands deeply concerned about the ongoing global refugee crisis, which has displaced over millions across borders. As a nation that has itself experienced the impacts of mass migration, Croatia understands the pain of displacement and the urgent need for collective humanitarian action. Croatia firmly believes that no single nation can bear this burden alone. Therefore, we call for stronger international cooperation, equitable burden sharing, and enhanced coordination to ensure safe passage, dignified living conditions, and effective resettlement of refugees. Moreover, Croatia encourages the establishment of regional frameworks to improve border management and humanitarian aid distribution. Let us remember, humanity has no borders. Together, through compassion and cooperation, we can turn crisis into collective strength. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Croatia for the statement. The next five speakers in my list are Djibouti, North Macedonia, Solomon Islands, Seychelles, and Senegal. I request the distinguished delegate of Djibouti to make the statement.
Bonjour, Honorable Chair, and for me invitees present here. We, the delegate of Djibouti, stands the floor to address the urgent global refugee crisis that is not confined by borders by human suffering. As a small nation in the Horn of Africa, Djibouti has opened its door to thousands of refugees from neighboring countries, despite of limited resources. This reflects our belief that humanity must prevail over hardship. Djibouti urges the international community to strengthen cooperation and share responsibility through increased humanitarian funding and transparent aid distribution, support for host countries through development assistance. Thirdly, global frame development assistance, ensuring refugees have access to education, health care, and dignity. Djibouti stands ready to work with all nations to bring hope where despair now stands. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Djibouti for the statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of North Macedonia to make the statement.
Honorable President of General Assembly, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we, the delegate of North Macedonia, consider this as an honor to address this General Assembly. The world faces an unprecedented refugee crisis. More than 120 million people are displaced by conflict, persecution, and climate changes. Behind each number is a story, a family, a dream. North Macedonia, positioned at the heart of Balkans, knows what it means to offer refuge. Our country remains committed to international cooperation, the global compact on refugees, and regional solidarity in Western Balkans. Let us remember, how we treat the displaced people defines who we are as a global community. Together, let us ensure that no one seeking safety is left without a hope. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of North Macedonia for the statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Solomon Islands to make the statement.
Madam President, distinguished delegates, we, the delegate of Solomon Islands, is deeply honored to take this floor today. We believe that the global refugee crisis is shared responsibility that demands United Nations. Our nation supports stronger international cooperation to provide food, shelter, education, and safety for those displaced by war and conflict. However, Solomon Islands call for fair burden sharing so that Solomon nations are not overwhelmed. Together, we must create a system that balances compassion with capacity. We let this assembly remind that word that humanity has not borders and our unity is the strongest form of aid. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Solomon Islands. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Seychelles to make the statement.
Honorable President and distinguished delegates, we trust the General Assembly today as someone with deep belief in the principles of this body and the value of international cooperation. we, the delegates of Seychelles, stand deeply concerned about the global refugee crisis, a challenge that transcends borders and demands shared responsibility. As a small island, Seychelles may not host large refugee populations, but we understand vulnerability and the importance of solidarity. We believe that every displaced person deserves dignity, protection, and a chance for a better future. Seychelles calls for stronger international cooperation, equitable burden sharing, and enhanced humanitarian assistance for nations most affected. We also urge this Assembly to recognize climate-induced displacement as a growing threat that could create a new generation of refugees, especially in small island and coastal regions. Together, through unity and compassion, we can ensure that no human being is left behind. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Seychelles. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Senegal to make the statement. The next 5 speakers in my list are Georgia, Guyana, Hungary, Kyrgyzstan, and New Zealand.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the world will not be destroyed by those who do evil, but by those who watch them without doing anything, said Albert Einstein. These words echo in the silence that too often surrounds the global refugee crisis. We, the delegate of Republic of Senegal, firmly believe that this is not merely a crisis of compassion, it is a crisis of coordination. With more than 120 million displaced persons worldwide, the time has come to transform empathy into collective responsibility. As a nation that has welcomed refugees from Mauritania and Guinea-Bissau, Senegal continues to stand as a pillar of peace, stability, and solidarity in West Africa, working closely with UNHCR and the African Union. Therefore, we call for the establishment of a global refugee solidarity fund, ensuring fair burden sharing and greater international cooperation in education, healthcare, and voluntary repatriation. Let us act before our inaction defines us. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Senegal. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Georgia to make the statement.
Esteemed President and honored delegates, we stand before you today as the delegate of Georgia. In 2008, our sovereignty and territorial integrity were violated and our citizens were forced to flee from their homes. The conflict in Abkhazia and South Ossetia resulted in a massive displacement of our people. This experience has given us an understanding of the plight of the refugees and the importance of finding durable solutions to displacement. Despite our challenges, Georgia has been a beacon of hope for those seeking refuge. We have provided shelter and asylum to seekers and will continue to do so. But the international community must come together to address the root causes of the displacement. Georgia believes that the 1951 Refugee Convention and its 1967 Protocol is the cornerstone of the International Refugee Protocol regime. In conclusion, Georgia would like to emphasize that it remains committed to the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the rule of the law and will continue to work with the international community to combat the crisis. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Georgia for the statement.
So delegates just bear for almost, I think we have 25-30 speakers more left to speak in the general speakers list here. So just after the 25-30 speakers, we'll have a lunch break at 12:30, and after 12:30, we'll move on to the resolution amendments part. Wherein it doesn't work like the proper amendments part, we'll have a debate there. All right? We'll have a debate in the amendments part. All good? I know most of you are exhausted right now, but it's just 25 or 30 more speakers left. Followed by we'll have a debate wherein we'll amend this particular resolution. We'll make it more precise. I think the resolution is pretty big enough. If at all the resolution is pretty big enough, we'll make this particular resolution in a precise manner. We'll add things there in a debate manner. We'll have debates. All good? Anything else to ask? All good? What is?
How is the debate going to be based on?
The debate is going to be based on that particular resolution in hand. The debate is going to be based on that particular resolution in hand. You have a resolution, right? This is the particular resolution you have. The debate is solely going to be based on this particular resolution. All right? We are going to make this particular resolution in a manner that it could be implemented in its sense. All right? So probably find loopholes in this. Meanwhile, rest of the people are saying the GSLs. What you're going to do here is find loopholes in this particular resolution. In this particular resolution, you're going to find loopholes. Followed by we'll have a debate on the loophole. Probably India's loophole might not be UK's loophole, right? So probably what India thinks as a loophole might not be what UK thinks as a loophole, right? So that is the concept wherein the debate element comes into play. So we'll have a debate there. So it's just 25-30 speakers. Find in the loopholes here. I want you guys to find in the loopholes here. All good? Any doubts?
Should we update this into something new?
You guys are not going to create a new document in a sense, but it's everything is verbal debate. We will upgrade it. Yes.
The next 5 speakers in my list are Guyana, Hungary, Kyrgyzstan, Honduras and St. Lucia.
Can we add new clauses or we are just improving the already?
You can add new clauses. You can add new clauses, you can delete clauses, anything would do.
So a person will stand up and say a new clause or change the new clause.
If you are mentioning a clause, and if certain people might agree to it, but there will be certain people who does not agree to that particular clause, right? That is where the debate elements happen. So you'll
Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Guyana to make the statement.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the Cooperative Republic of Guyana recognizes that the global refugee crisis is one of the greatest humanitarian challenges of our time. Over 110 million people are displaced worldwide, a number that demands not only compassion but the concrete international action. Though Guyana is a small developing nation, we are deeply affected by regional displacement, particularly from our neighbor Venezuela. Thousands have sought safety within our borders, and despite limited resources, Guyana has upheld its commitment to human rights and international law. With the supports of UNHCR and IOM, we have worked to provide documentation, healthcare, and education to those needs in need. However, small states like ours cannot bear this responsibility alone. Guyana calls for the stronger international cooperation, increased humanitarian fundings, and started responsibility across all nations. We urge the global community to support the capacity building programs, equitable resource distribution, and regional frameworks. Guyana firmly believes that every displaced person deserves safety, dignity, and hope. Let us work together, not as individual nations, but as a global community, to ensure that no refugee is left behind. On behalf of Guyana, thank you for your time and consideration. With that, I yield the floor. Hail Hydra.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Guyana for the statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Hungary to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of the Hungary stands deeply concerned about the escalating global refugee crisis, which has displaced over 100 million people worldwide, and it recognizes the immense humanitarian tragedy behind these numbers. We believe that addressing this crisis requires tackling its root causes rather than merely managing its consequences. Hungary supports stronger international cooperation, increased aid to refugee hosting nations, and enhanced border management. We call for shared responsibility among nations and respect for the sovereignty of states. Let us work together to ensure that every displaced person finds hope, dignity, and future. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Hungary. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of New Zealand to make the statement.
Kia ora everyone, honorable chairs, delegates, and observers. We, the delegate of New Zealand, believes addressing the global refugee crisis requires collective action and cooperation. We are committed to working with international partners to provide humanitarian assistance and support durable solutions. We urge the international community to uphold international law and protect human rights, enhance burden sharing and responsibility sharing, increase humanitarian funding and support. Together, we can make a difference. New Zealand is committed to play its part. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of New Zealand. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Kyrgyzstan to make the statement. The next 5 speakers in my list are Honduras, Saint Lucia, Monaco, Gambia, Albania, and Benin.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, we are the delegates of Kyrgyzstan. We thank you for the opportunity to address this assembly today. Kyrgyzstan remains committed to the principle of the United Nations Charter and the pursuit of global peace, security, and sustainable development. As we navigate the complexities of the 21st century, we must reframe our collective responsibilities to address pressing global challenges. Kyrgyzstan, nested in the heart of Central Asia, is a vital source of fresh water for the region. We urge the international community to prioritize climate resilience and equitable water management. Let us work together to safeguard our planet for future generations. We too stand firm in our dedication to human rights and the rule of law, upholding international law and respecting sovereignty and essential to fostering trust and cooperation. We call on all nations to reject unilateralism and embrace dialogue as the cornerstone of global governance. Let us unite in our shared humanity and common destiny. Together, we can build a world that is more just, peaceful, and prosperous. We thank you for your attention to these critical issues, and Kyrgyzstan remains ready to contribute to our shared goals. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Kyrgyzstan for the statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Albania to make the statement. Delegate of Kyrgyzstan. I request the distinguished delegate of Albania to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, and the respected members of the Assembly. The Republic of Albania stands before the Assembly, deeply aware of the magnitude of the global refugee crisis. Across continents, millions are fleeing war, persecutions, and the devastating effects of climate change, seeking nothing more than safety and dignity. Albania, though a small nation, has shown great solidarity by opening its borders to the refugees from conflict zones, providing that compassion is not measured by the size of the country, but by the strength of its humanity. We believe that no nation should face this challenge alone. The crisis demands not only empathy, but collective actions. We must strengthen international cooperation through equitable burden sharing, transparent humanitarian aid, and the creation of safe and legal pathways for refugees. Let us remember, behind every statistic is a human story. Albania calls upon all member states to reaffirm their commitments to the principles of solidarity, shared responsibility, and hope.
Together we can build a world where no one is forced to flee and where every displaced person finds a place to belong. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Albania for the statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Armenia to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, today we the Republic of Armenia is here to address refugees crisis. Armenia's position on the global refugee crisis is uniquely shaped by our history and tragically our present reality. Armenia's stance on refugee crisis is national responsibility and solidarity. Our policy is ownership, immediate protection, and long-term integration. We see every human being equally when there's a need of help. Armenia had faced multiple large refugee influences, most significantly from the conflict over the Nagorno-Karabakh region. I encourage every nation to work together to help refugees and strengthen humanity. Thank you. Hail Hydra.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Algeria for the statement, Armenia for the statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Gambia to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, we, the delegate of Gambia, would like to turn your attention to the problems of a small but beautiful country in West Africa. In every refugee's eyes, we see a courage. In every homeless homeland, we see a cry for justice. And yet, often that world turns away. The Gambia, through a small size, stands in compassion. The Gambia calls upon international community to unite to strengthen humanitarian aid, ensure education and healthcare for refugees, and protect their dignity and right. Even a small and peaceful nation like the Gambia feels burdened with limited resources. Gambia is a shining example of humanitarian and resilience, but goodwill alone is not enough. Refugees are not statistics, they are stories of strength, courage, and survival. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Gambia for the statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Honduras to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, Honduras stands at a crossroads. For too long, poverty, violence, and natural disasters have forced thousands to leave their homes, seeking safety, dignity, and hope beyond their border. These are not just numbers. They are families, dreams, and futures at risk. To address this crisis, we must act together. Honduras must build stronger institutions, create opportunities for its youth, and ensure safety for its people. Yet, the world must also share this responsibility through fair policies, humanitarian aid, and genuine partnership, support fair trade, invest in education, raise awareness, and encourage global partnerships. Let us remember, compassion knows no border. When we stand with Honduran, we stand humanity itself. We can turn despair into hope, and hope into lasting peace. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Honduras for the statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of St. Lucia to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of St. Lucia extends sincere respect to the Chair and all present. The global refugee crisis has displaced millions through war, persecution, and climate disasters. As a small island developing state, St. Lucia deeply understands the human cost of vulnerability. We believe in shared responsibility, compassion, and global cooperation to protect those forced to flee. Moreover, we emphasize addressing the climate change, a growing driver of displacement. Every refugee deserves dignity, safety, and opportunity. Let us unite to turn empathy into action and build a world where no one is left behind. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of St. Lucia for the statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Monaco to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the Principality of Monaco recognizes that the global refugee crisis is one of the greatest humanitarian challenges of our time. While Monaco's small size limits capacity to host refugees, it remains deeply committed to international solidarity. Monaco proudly supports the 1951 Refugee Convention, the 1967 Protocol, and the Global Compact on Refugees. Through close cooperation with the UNHCR and partner nation, Monaco contributes significant financial aid to provide refugees access to health, education, and protection, including an announced €100,000 in 2008. In 2016, Monaco symbolically welcomed a Syrian family, showing that compassion is not measured by my size, but by commitment. Monaco also recognizes that climate change is fueling displacement worldwide. As a coastal state vulnerable to its effects, we advocate for stronger global action to protect climate refugees and strengthen international cooperation. Together, we can ensure that no nation is too small to make a difference and no refugees left behind. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Monaco for the statement. The next 5 speakers in my list are Benin, Sudan, Norway, Spain, and Chile. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Benin to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the United Nations General Assembly is one of the 6 principal organs of the United Nations, serving as its main deliberative policy-making and representative organs. The Republic of Benin recognizes the global refugee crisis as one of the most urgent humanitarian challenges of our time. As a peaceful nation, in West Africa, Benin has shown its commitment to humanitarian principle by hosting refugees from neighboring countries despite limited resources. Benin calls upon the international community to strengthen burden sharing mechanisms, support host countries through sustainable funding, and ensure that refugees have access to education, healthcare, and employment opportunities. Together, through unity and shared responsibility, we can uphold the dignity and the rights of every displaced person and move towards a more human and stable world. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Sudan to make the statement.
Honorable Chairs, distinguished delegates, we, the delegate of Sudan, express grave concern regarding the escalating global refugee crisis, which has reached unprecedented levels. Sudan itself faces a dry humanitarian emergency. Ongoing conflicts has displaced over 8 million people, with millions seeking refuge in neighboring countries such as Chad, South Sudan, Egypt, and Ethiopia. Despite our internal challenges, Sudan continues to uphold its commitment to international humanitarian principles and regional cooperation. However, the magnitude of this crisis exceeds national capacity. The delegation of Sudan therefore calls upon the international community to enhance coordinated humanitarian assistance, increase funding for relief operations, and support peace and reconstruction efforts that address the root cause of displacement. Sudan reaffirms its readiness to cooperate with all members of states and UN agencies to ensure that humanitarian aid reaches those in need, in full respect of national sovereignty and human dignity. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Sweden for the statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Norway to make the statement.
When disaster strikes, borders should not be barriers. Norway believes that humanitarian aid is humanity's true common ground. Beloved Chair and fellow delegates, from climate-driven floods to conflict-induced crisis, Norway has consistently mobilized resources to ensure aid reaches the most vulnerable sections of the societies, the refugees from all around the globe. Beyond financial contributions, we deploy rapid response teams, technology for logistics, and training programs for local responders. Norway addresses the international community to strengthen coordination mechanism, adopt transparent funding models, new innovations like digital tracking aid and early warning system. Multilateral cooperation is not optional, it is a moral imperative. Norway has consistently contributed to organizations such as Red Cross, UNHCR and UNSCF. Norway stands ready to work collaboratively. Together, we can build a nation for all. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Norway for the statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Spain to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegate, the Kingdom of Spain believes that the global refugee crisis is not just a humanitarian emergency. It's a test of our collective responsibility and solidarity. Spain stands as a crossroad of Europe and Mediterranean, witnessing the first-hand the human cause of displacement from Africa, the Middle East and beyond. Spain has taken significant steps by supporting EU relocation mechanism, strengthening research and rescue operations, and also have a partnering with UNHCR and IOM to ensure safe, legal and dignified pathways for refugees. Yes, humanitarian aid alone is not enough. Spain called for a comprehensive international framework that links immediate protection with long-term integration, focusing on education, gender equality and employment opportunity. As Spain uphold, humanity must have no borders with dignities at stake. Together, we can change the world into better. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Spain for the statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Chile to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the Republic of Chile extends its warm greetings to this Assembly. The Republic of Chile expresses its full support for this resolution, which seeks to promote international cooperation in addressing the global refugee crisis. As a nation that values peace, human rights, and humanitarian responsibility, Chile believes that no country should face the burden of displacement alone. Chile also emphasizes the need for safe and legal pathways for migration, nations to provide financial and technical assistance to regions most affected by conflict and climatic displacement. In conclusion, Chile reaffirms its belief that this resolution reflects our shared humanity and the principles of solidarity that define the United Nations. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
I thank the distinguished delegate. The next delegates in my list are the delegate of the United Arab Emirates, Australia and Singapore. I request the distinguished delegate of the United Arab Emirates to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the United Arab Emirates acknowledges that the global refugee crisis represents not only a human catastrophe but also a profound challenge to international solidarity. With over 100 million displaced persons worldwide, urgent and coordinated global action is imperative. The UAE remains steadfast in its commitment to humanitarian diplomacy. Our nation has contributed over 3.5 billion US dollars in aid to refugees with the UNHCR and the other international partners. We have supported the refugee hosting nations, provided critical relief through the Emirates Humanitarian City, and championed initiatives promoting education and self-reliance for displaced communities. The UAE calls upon the international community to reinforce multilateral cooperation, strengthen and address the root causes of displacement through dialogue and development. Only through collective resolve can we uphold the dignity and hope of those forced their homes. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the United Arab Emirates. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Australia to present a statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, Australia recognizes the global refugee crisis as one of the most serious humanitarian challenges of our time. As a proud signatory to the 1951 Refugee Convention, Australia remains committed to protecting refugees and ensuring that no one is returned to danger. We believe that addressing this crisis requires shared international responsibility and strong regional cooperation, especially within the Indo-Pacific. Australia continues to support the UNHCR and partner nations through humanitarian aid, resettlement programs, and long-term solutions that provide education, employment, and stability for displaced people. At the same time, we emphasize the importance of safe and legal migration routes because comparison and security must work together, not apart. Australia calls upon all nations to strengthen cooperation and uphold the dignity and rights of every refugee. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Australia for the statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Singapore to make the statement.
The delegate of Singapore thanks the chair. Our position is fixed due to our size and density. Singapore cannot accept asylum seekers or refugees, and we maintain a sovereign right over our borders. However, our commitment to the rule-based system and international humanitarian law is resolute. The crisis demands equitable burden sharing and practical sustainable action. We propose three main mandates. For this assembly: enforce IHL and civilian protection across all conflict zones, establish a dedicated UN mechanism for financial and logistical burden sharing, supporting first asylum countries, mandate the HDP model, shifting aid to long-term development and self-reliance. We must act with urgency and principle. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Singapore. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Belize to make the statement. The next 5 countries in the list are Belize, Chile, Nicaragua, Nigeria, and Uzbekistan. The delegate of Belize. Next, I move on to I request the distinguished delegate of Chile to make the statement.
Hola a todos, Honorable President and esteemed delegate. We, the delegate of Chile, stands with compassion and responsibility in addressing the global refugee crisis. Chile has welcomed many refugees from various countries, but our resources are limited. We face challenges in housing, jobs, and healthcare for refugees. We believe that no nation should change this challenge alone. It has also worked with international organizations to improve refugee integration and access to education, healthcare, and employment. International cooperation, shared responsibility, and humanitarian solidarity are essential. So, let us turn the global compact on refugees into daily action. Remember, solidarity is not an option. It is our collective duty. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Chile for the statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Nicaragua to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Nicaragua recognized the refugee crisis as one of the most pressing humanitarian challenges of our life. Around the world, millions are forced to flee due to war, persecution, and climate disaster. As a developing nation, Nicaragua deeply understands the struggles of displacement and the importance of solidarity. We believe that addressing the root causes such as conflict, poverty, and environment degradation is essential. Nicaragua calls for international cooperation, fair responsibility sharing, and stronger support for host countries. Furthermore, we emphasize human dignity and the need to protect refugee rights without discrimination. Every refugee is not just a number. They are human beings deserving safety, hope, and opportunity. Together, through compassion and collective action, we can turn this global crisis into a story of shared humanity. Gracias.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Nicaragua. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Nigeria to make the statement. The next 5 speakers in my list are Maldives, Paraguay, Malta, Mexico, and Greece.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, we, the delegate of Nigeria, stand before you deeply concerned about the growing global refugee crisis which has displaced millions of innocent lives across continents. Nigeria itself faces a severe challenge due to insurgencies by Boko Haram and internal conflicts. Over 3 million Nigerians are internally displaced, struggling for safety, food, and shelter. However, Nigeria believes that this is not a problem of one nation, but of humanity as a whole. No country can solve this alone. We need a strong international cooperation, shared responsibility, and equitable humanitarian assistance. Nigeria proposes 3 key solutions: strengthening regional partnerships through the African Union and UNHCR for coordinating refugee protection, increasing global funding for education, healthcare, and livelihood programs for displaced persons, promoting peace-building effort to address root causes like terrorism and poverty. In conclusion, Nigeria calls upon all the nations to act not sympathy but with solidarity for helping refugees. We preserve our shared humanity. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Nigeria for his statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Uzbekistan to present the statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Maldives to present the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the Republic of Maldives stands in solidarity with all nations striving to address the global refugee crisis, one of the most pressing humanitarian challenges of our time. Though the Maldives is a small island developing state with limited land and resources, we recognize the immense human suffering that displacement causes. Every refugee is not just a statistic, but a life uprooted, a story interrupted, and a dream deferred. Our nation believes that shared responsibility and compassion must guide the global response. The Maldives calls for stronger international cooperation, where wealthy nations support host countries through financial aid, equitable resettlement, and capacity building. We also encourage enhanced global mechanisms to ensure refugees have access to healthcare, education, and dignified living conditions. Furthermore, we must address the root causes: conflict, poverty, and especially climate changes. Let us remember, humanity has no borders. It is our collective duty to ensure that every displaced person finds safety, dignity, and hope. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Maldives. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Paraguay to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the Republic of Paraguay recognizes that the global refugee crisis is a collective test for moral and political will. While Paraguay is not a major refugee hosting nation, it stands firm in its commitment to solidarity and shared responsibility. Paraguay has taken meaningful steps through its humanitarian admission program, welcoming refugees from Syria and Venezuela and ensuring their access to healthcare, education, and dignified employment. Guided by its national tradition of peace and hospitality, Paraguay continues to support regional cooperation within Latin America, especially through the COIC process and collaboration with UNHCR. Paraguay continues to update its refugee law 1938/02, ensuring due process, protection from refoulement, and pathways to integration. As Paraguay believes in protecting refugees, we protect the essence of humanity itself. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Paraguay for the statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Malta to present their statement.
Chair and distinguished delegates, the delegation of Malta recognizes that global refugee crisis is not merely a regional challenge but a collective humanitarian responsibility. As a small island nation at the heart of Mediterranean, Malta has long stood on the front line of migration flows, witnessing both the human suffering of displaced persons and the urgent need for coordinated international action. Malta believes that solidarity must be the cornerstone of our response. We call for enhanced global burden sharing, stronger support to the frontline states, and greater investment in safe and legal migration pathways. Furthermore, Malta emphasizes the importance of addressing root causes, including conflict, climate change, and poverty through sustainable development and peace-building efforts. No single country can respond alone. We call upon the global community to share responsibility. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Malta for the statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Mexico to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, today we gather to address one of the most pressing humanitarian challenges of our time, the global refugee crisis. Mexico stands in solidarity with the millions of forcibly displaced individuals worldwide who have been compelled to flee their homes due to conflicts, violence, and persecution. As a nation that has experienced significant migration flows, Mexico understands the complexities of refugee crisis. We recognize that addressing this issue requires a comprehensive approach that combines humanitarian assistance, development, and cooperation. Mexico reaffirms its commitment to protecting the rights and dignity of refugees, asylum seekers, and migrants. We believe in the importance of international cooperation and responsibility sharing to address the root causes of forced displacement and provide humanitarian assistance to affected countries. Let us work together to create a more compassionate and equitable world. Let us ensure that refugees and asylum seekers receive the protection and assistance they need. Let us build a future where everyone can live in safety and dignity. Thank you.
The next 15 countries in my list are Uruguay, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Tonga, Togo, Marshall Islands, Slovenia, Eswatini, Chad, Nepal, Niger, Nauru, Egypt, Chad, Mali, Malawi. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Greece to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the Hellenic Republic of Greece stands as a frontline guardian of Europe, bearing witness to the hopes and struggles of thousands seeking safely. Greece believes that no nation should shoulder this humanitarian challenge alone. We have seen strength of compassion, yet also the limits of capacity. Therefore, we call upon all the members of states to share this responsibility through greater cooperation, resettlement mechanism, and financial solidarity. We urge the international community to enhance funding for UNHCR, expanding legal pathways, and protect vulnerable groups. Together, through dialogue and determination, we can transform despair into dignity and migration into managed human cooperation. Let us not close borders to those fleeing war, but open doors to global unity. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Greece. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Uruguay to make the statement.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the delegates of Uruguay stands deeply concerned about the ongoing global refugee crisis which continues to displace millions of people due to conflict, persuasion and climate change. As a nation built on the principles of human rights, peace and solidarity, Uruguay believes that protecting the refugees is not a political duty but a moral obligation that's shared by all the members of the international community. Uruguay, though small in size, has shown much great commitment to the humanitarian assistance and international cooperation. We are among the first Latin American country to establish a comprehensive refugee law aligned with the 1951 Refugee Convention and its 1967 protocol. Our government worked closely with the UNHCR to provide the resettlement programs for the Syrian refugees and to promote community integration through education, employment, and social inclusion. We believe that humanity must rise above the borders. The refugee crisis is not just a global challenge, it is a shared responsibility. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Uruguay. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Bosnia and Herzegovina to make their statement.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, Bosnia and Herzegovina stands at a critical juncture in ongoing struggle to address the global refugee crisis. In 2025 alone, our country hosted over 900 refugees and asylum seekers, many whom arrived from conflict-affected nations such as Afghanistan and Syria, joining thousands more in mixed migration flows that challenge our reception capacity and legal frameworks. We urge the international community to expand support for humanitarian efforts in transit and destination countries, promote equitable burden sharing, and ensure protection standards that uphold the dignity and the rights of every displaced person. We reaffirm our commitment to humanitarian principles and call for coordinated action, technical support, and resource mobilization to address this global challenge together. Let us work side by side to transform compassion into collective action for refugees everywhere. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Sweden to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates. The Kingdom of Sweden firmly believes that the global refugee crisis demands not temporary relief but sustainable global solidarity. With over 110 million displaced people worldwide, this is not a regional issue. It is a shared human responsibility. Sweden has long stood as a beacon of compassion, a nation that opened its doors when the world faced one of the largest refugee waves in history. However, as migration challenges arise, Sweden's policy has shifted, not away from humanity, but towards sustainability and inclusion. Quoting former Prime Minister Olof Palme, human solidarity is not a gesture of charity. It is an act of unity. Guided by this vision, Sweden continues to be one of the top humanitarian donors per capita, supporting UNHCR, WFP, and EU's joint resettlement schemes while promoting shared responsibilities across nations. Sweden also stresses that humanitarian aid must go hand in hand with effective international coordination, fair burden sharing, and the protection of host communities. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Sweden. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Tonga to make the statement.
Esteemed friends and partners in the international community, the Kingdom of Tonga stands today committed to global cooperation in addressing the immense challenges posed by humanitarian crisis and displacement. Our islands face unprecedented risk from climate change, natural disasters, and their resulting impacts on livelihood and human mobility. We are a small nation, vulnerable yet resilient, and we recognize that no country can face these challenges alone. In recent years, Tonga has experienced devastating events like the volcanic eruption and the tsunamis that disrupted the lives and severe connection to the world. Thanks to generosity and partnership of the nations, large and small, including humanitarian aid, technical support, and capacity building efforts, we have begun the difficult work of recovery and resilience building. We call upon the international community to continue strengthening cooperation and providing humanitarian assistance to Tonga and other vulnerable nations, support for early warning systems, disaster preparedness, health, and sustainable development, essential to safeguard of our people and to our future. Together, by uniting our resources and sharing our expertise, we can provide hope and protection to those displaced, uphold the dignity of all forces, and more compassionate world. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Tonga. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Togo to make the statement.
Togo today speaks not as a member state, but also as a host nation that has first-handed the true cause of displacement. We currently welcome thousands of refugees and asylum seekers, primarily from neighboring countries like Burkina Faso, under a compassionate out-of-camp policy where they live within our host communities. The commitment, despite our own development changes, and underscores our belief that refugee crisis demand a shared, immediate, and dignified response. Tonga firmly supports the spirit of global compact on refugees. We urge this assembly to prioritize concrete measures that empower regional bodies, ensure flexibility, and predictable funding. Let us transition from mere assistance to meaningful cooperation so that every person is forced to flee their home is met with not just shelter, but a genuine path forward a brighter future. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Tonga for the statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Marshall Islands to make the statement.
Honorable Chairperson, respected delegates, the Republic of Marshall Islands moves for the immediate recognition of Agenda Item 7A, the global resolution of nuclear displacement and environmental justice. 71 years ago, on March 1st, 1954, the world entered the nuclear age. On our territory, it was not a negotiation, but rather an imposition. The Castle Bravo tested was one of the 67 nuclear weapons that vaporized our islands, poisoned our ecosystem, and exiled our people. The fallout cloud that displaced 150,000 people did not stop at our borders. It circled the globe, making it not a national tragedy, but a planetary one. The Republic of Marshall Islands has been the loudest voices globally in the climate action, especially at the UN climate conferences, the COP meetings. Submitted an updated national determined contribution in DC under the Paris Agreement. We are not merely victims of history. We are the canary of the coal mines of humanity's most destructive power. The resolution of our displacement is a test of this body's commitment to universal justice and environmental integrity. Thank you, Kamal.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Marshall Islands for the statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Slovenia to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the Republic of Slovenia recognizes the global refuge crisis as one of the most urgent humanitarian challenges of our time. Millions of innocent people continue to flee conflict, persecution, and climate-driven disasters, seeking safety and dignity. Slovenia firmly believes that no nation should face this crisis alone. A coordinated international response is essential. We support a balanced approach that combines humanitarian compassion, shared responsibility, and sustainable long-term solution. Slovenia stands committed to working with UN agencies, regional partners, and our members to states protect vulnerable population and uphold international humanitarian law. We must act not only with political responsibility, but with moral conviction. Together, let us reform our shared humanity and build a world where every person forced to flee finds peace, dignity, and hope. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Slovenia for the statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Eswatini to make the statement.
Honorable chairs and distinguished delegates, we, the delegate of Eswatini, are proud that the Kingdom of Eswatini recognizes the immense scale and complexity of the global refugee crisis, which continues to displace millions of people around the world. Although Eswatini is a small landlocked nation with limited resources, we firmly believe that humanitarian assistance and solidarity must transcend borders. Eswatini is an active participant in the International Refugee and other sources like 2017 Refugee Act, 1951 Convention, and the 1967 Protocol relating with 1969 OAU Convention. action. Remember, humanity have no borders, so let's work together. Thank you and always forever united.
I thank the distinguished delegate of S1. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Chart to make their statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates and esteemed members of the committee, we, the delegate of Chad. Chad is a land-located country located in the Central Africa that is home to almost 21 million population and 120 languages. We face significant challenges including poverty and refugee crisis. Chad is one of the poorest countries in the world that covers almost 45% of its world population below the national poverty line. We propose mainly two solutions for this. One is to promote sustainable development and two is to promote human capital, invest in human capital and education. Furthermore, we must address ongoing refugee crisis. Our proposed solutions is to strengthen the partnership with international corporations and then addressing root causes and implementing sustainable solutions and to promote capacity building. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Chad for the statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Nepal to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the refugee crisis in Nepal is an issue centered on two main groups, Tibetans and Bhutanese. The core problem is the lack of national refugee law. In simple terms, the crisis is that two groups of people who have lived in Nepal for decades are being denied the legal papers needed to work, study and feel secure because Nepal has not passed a law to officially recognize them. The main resolution is local integration for the remaining long-term refugees. Firstly, enact a national refugee law. This is the most crucial step, providing a legal framework to formally recognize refugees, ending the current system where they are treated as illegal immigrants. Secondly, grant documentations and rights. Issue refugee cards to long-term Tibetans and remaining Bhutani population. This allows them to work legally, study and become self-reliant. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Nepal. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Niger to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, we, the Republic of Niger, is deeply concerned about the growing global refugee crisis. As a Sahel nation, Niger hosts refugees and displaced persons from neighboring conflicts, especially from Nigeria, Mali and Chad. Our economy, already challenged by drought and climate change, struggles to provide shelter, healthcare and education for those in need. Despite these limitations, Niger continues to uphold humanitarian values. However, no single nation can handle this alone. We urge the international community to strengthen financial support, share responsibilities and enhance cooperation with UNHCR and humanitarian agencies. Niger supports long-term solutions including peace building, climate resilience and regional stability to reduce forced migration at its roots. Let us work together with solidarity to protect human dignity. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Niger for the statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Nauru to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Nauru is deeply honored to take the floor today. As one of the smallest island nations in the Pacific, Nauru stands committed to the principles of humanity, solidarity and shared global responsibility. The refugee crisis is not confined by borders. It is a challenge that calls for collective action. Despite our limited size and resources, Nauru has demonstrated its commitment to supporting displaced persons through international cooperation and partnerships. Nauru firmly believes that addressing this crisis requires shared responsibility, equitable assistance, and respect for national capacities. We urge the international community to enhance humanitarian aid and address the root cause of displacement, including conflict and climate change. Together, through empathy and cooperation, we can build a future where no one is forced to flee their home. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Nauru for the statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Egypt to make their statement.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the Arab Republic of Egypt stands before this assembly deeply aware that the refugee crisis is not a distant issue. It is our daily reality. For decades, Egypt has opened its doors to those fleeing war and instability from across Africa and Middle East. Despite our economic challenges, Egypt continues to provide education, healthcare, and employment opportunities to refugees without discrimination. We do this not for recognition, but out of a firm belief in human solidarity and our shared humanity. However, Egypt cannot and should not bear this burden alone. Global cooperation is essential. The international community must move beyond words to action. By ensuring fair burden sharing, increasing financial assistance to host countries, and tackling the root causes of displacement such as conflict, food insecurity, and climate change, Egypt calls for a collective response grounded in respect, equity, compassion, ensuring that every refugee's right to safety and dignity. Shukran jazilan.
I thank the distinguished delegate. Next, I request this distinguished delegate of Chad to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the Republic of Chad takes the floor today as both a witness and a responder to the global refugee crisis. Our nation, despite limited resources, has shown unwavering commitment by hosting hundreds of thousands of refugees fleeing conflict from Sudan, the Central African Republic, and beyond. We have opened our borders and our hearts not because it is easy, but because it is right. However, Chad cannot face this humanitarian challenge alone. The weight of displacement falls heavily on developing nations, while international assistance often falls short. True solidarity requires more than sympathy. It demands action, funding, and fair burden sharing. We call upon this assembly to strengthen global cooperation, ensure equitable support to host countries, and address the root causes of forced migration, conflict, poverty, and climate change. Let us act not as divided nations, but as one humanity, united in compassion and responsibility. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Chad. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Mali to make the statement.
Honorable chairs and distinguished delegates, the Republic of Mali recognized the global refugees crisis as a shared humanitarian challenges. As a nation affected by conflict and discipline, Mali understands the urgent need for strong international cooperation. We call on all nations to support fair and effective humanitarian assistance, ensuring refugees receive safety, shelter, and dignity. Mali stands ready to work with the international community towards last peace and sustainable solution for displaced population. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Mali. The next 15 speakers in my list are Luxembourg, Sudan, Lithuania, Lebanon, Cote d'Ivoire, Vanuatu, Guinea-Bissau, Lao People's Republic, Ecuador, El Salvador, Ukraine, Burkina Faso, Cabo Verde, Serbia, and Pakistan. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Malawi to make the statement.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegate, we the Republic of Malaysia stands before this assembly deeply concerned about the ongoing global refugee crisis, an issue that transcends borders and demands not only humanitarian action but a profound sense of moral responsibility. Though Malawi is a developing nation, we have consistently demonstrated compassion by opening our doors to refugees fleeing conflict, persecution, and instability in neighboring regions. We believe that every human being deserves safety, dignity, and a chance to live their life regardless of nationality or background. However, small nation like our face limited resource, we urge the international community to strengthen cooperation and share responsibility to provide sustained humanitarian support. Malawi dreams of a world where borders never limit kindness and where every displaced person is given hope and dignity. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Malawi. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Luxembourg to make the statement.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg views the global refugee crisis as a fundamental test of international solidarity. For us, this is not just rhetoric, it is about action. As a small nation, we demonstrate our will by consistently exceeding the UN's official development assistance target. We prove that capacity is not defined by size but by political will. Our 3-point call to actions are: fund sustainability. We must replace temporary pledges with predictable multi-year funding for UNHCR and other vital humanitarian agencies. Share responsibility. The burden must be disturbed. We call for increased global commitment to safe and legal resettlement pathway to protect the most vulnerable. Invest in dignity. Aid must go beyond basic needs. We must prioritize education and economic integration so the refugees can regain their self-reliance and contribute to their new communities. Luxembourg stands ready to further enhance our financial and technical support. Let this General Assembly translate our shared principles into collective measurable actions. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Luxembourg. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Sudan to make the statement. Seeing none. Next, I request the delegate of Lithuania to make the statement.
Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, we the delegate of Lithuania believes the refugee crisis is a serious global issue that needs collective action. Millions flee their homes because of war and persecution, and no nation can face this alone. Lithuania has supported refugees from Ukraine and other regions, showing solidarity and respect for human rights. But we must also focus on solving the root causes: conflict, poverty, and injustice. Lithuania calls for stronger international cooperation and fair responsibility, sharing to protect those in need. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Lithuania. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Lebanon to make the statement.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, we, the delegates of Lebanon, faces one of the world's most severe refugee crises. Our small nation hosts over 1.5 million Syrian refugees, placing immense pressure on our economy, infrastructure, and public services. Despite our limited resources, Lebanon continues to uphold its humanitarian duty. However, this challenge cannot be carried by Lebanon alone. We call upon international community to share responsibility through increased financial aid, development support, and resettlement process. Lebanon remains committed to protecting human dignity, but solidarity must be matched with real and sustainable action. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Lebanon. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Retd Ivory to make the statement.
Monthly President Mr. Messieurs les delegates bonjour. We, the delegate of Côte d'Ivoire, recognize that the global refugee crisis is one of the most pressing humanitarian challenges of our time. Millions have been displaced by conflict, persecution, and climate disasters threatening stability and human dignity worldwide. Côte d'Ivoire has itself experienced the impact of displacement and understands the need for compassion, solidarity, and shared responsibility. Côte d'Ivoire argues all member states to prioritize human dignity, strengthen the role of work, collectively to build a world where refugees are not seen as burdens, but as people with hope, resilience, and potential. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Côte d'Ivoire. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Vanuatu to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, we, delegate of Vanuatu, recognize the global refuge chair and enhancing international cooperation humanity resistance of Vanuatu. Vanuatu addresses the displacement primarily through international cooperation, climate interviews, minority and humanitarian. Assessment during natural disaster is its most pressing vulnerability. Minority take international leadership and compressing for the lead option from the International Court of Justice on the state operation to protect the conflict, poverty and climate change, a situation that demands combines collective and action defines for the solution diffuse worldwide. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Vanuatu. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Guinea-Bissau to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, respected delegates and distinguished guests, we, the delegate of Guinea-Bissau, express our deep concern over the ongoing refugee crisis which has forced millions to leave their homes in search of safety and dignity. As a small but compassionate West African nation, Guinea-Bissau believes that humanity must come before borders. Every refugee deserves protection, education, and a chance to build their future. We urge the international community to share responsibility through stronger global cooperation by providing humanitarian aid, ensuring healthcare, education, and promoting peace talks to prevent future displacement. The delegate of Guinea-Bissau stands committed to regional and international partnership that turn compassion into action and crisis into hope. Let us remember, behind every refugee is not just a statistic, but a story of courage and survival. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Guinea-Bissau. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Lao People's Republic to make the statement.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, we, the delegate of the Lao People's Democratic Republic, are deeply concerned about the rising displacement of millions due to conflicts, persecution, and environmental disasters. It is crucial to uphold the dignity, safety, and protection for all refugees in our shared humanity. Although Laos is not a major host nation, it remains committed to cooperation, burden sharing, and capacity building. The delegation urges member states and international organizations to strengthen humanitarian assistance, support host countries, and tackle the root cause of displacement through peace, sustainable development, and climate resilience. Laos stands ready to collaborate with all nations to ensure no displaced person is left behind, promoting lasting solutions such as resettlement, reintegration, and voluntary repatriation. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Lao People's Republic. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Ecuador to make the statement.
Esteemed Chair, distinguished delegates, as the delegate of Ecuador, we stand in solidarity to address the global refugee crisis around the world. At this very moment, over 120 million people around the world are displaced. This is not a distant issue. It is a human crisis that demands our immediate and unwavering attention. As a nation that has welcomed and integrated thousands of displaced persons, Ecuador believes that solidarity is not a choice, but a moral responsibility. Yet the current framework for international assistance remains adequate. The burden on host countries, particularly developing nations, is immense, while humanitarian funding continues to fall critically short. This represents a collective failure that threatens global stability and undermines human dignity. Therefore, Ecuador calls for a renewed and equitable global response. We urge the implementation of a stronger burden-sharing mechanism and sustainable, predictable funding for humanitarian aid. Let us act not with only compassion, also with conviction. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Ecuador. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of El Salvador to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, as the delegates of El Salvador, we stand in solidarity with millions of refugees and displaced persons around the world. My country acknowledges the profound impact that conflict, violence, and environmental challenges have on human life. El Salvador is committed to upholding international human rights standards and has constantly supported regional initiatives and assists refugees. Therefore, El Salvador calls on the international community to strengthen collaboration in addressing the root cause of displacement, political instability, and climatic change, which disproportionately affect our region. It is our shared responsibility to ensure that refugees are not just given by shelter, but are empowered to rebuild their life with dignity and hope. El Salvador is not just a country in Central America. We are a big story of resilience, progress, and opportunity for the future. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of El Salvador. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Ukraine to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegate, I stand before you today representing the country Ukraine, a nation that deeply understands the pain of displacement. Because of the ongoing war, millions of Ukrainians have been forced to leave their homes, seeking safety and peace in other countries. Across the globe, from Syria to Sudan and from Afghanistan to Myanmar, millions of refugees continue to suffer because of war, persecution, and disaster. I believe that no country should face this challenge alone. The world must work together to strengthen international cooperation and ensure that all refugees receive proper humanitarian assistance like food, shelter, education, and healthcare. I urge all nations to support the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees and other organizations that protect and help refugees. But more than that, we must address the root causes of this crisis by promoting peace, justice, and respect for human rights everywhere. This concludes my speech. Thank you. Hail Hydra.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Ukraine. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Burkina Faso to make the statement. Next, I request the delegate of Cabo Verde to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, Burkina Faso stand before here to deeply aware of the suffering caused by the global refuse, a crisis that touches millions and demands our shared humanity. In our own region, instability and terrorism have forced thousands of men, women, and children to flee their homes in search of safety. We know their pain. Today, we refine our commitment to international solidarity and cooperation. No nation should face this challenge alone. Together, through unity and compassion, we can transform this crisis into an opportunity for shared peace and progress. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Cabo Verde. Next, I request the distinguished delegate. Which was that delegate? Who is going? You can go. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Cabo Verde to make the statement.
Esteemed Chair, honorable delegates of this committee, the delegation of Cabo Verde is concerned about the growing global refugee crisis. Many people are forced to leave their homes due to conflicts, disaster, and economic hardship. This is not only a challenge for affected countries, but for the entire international community. Cabo Verde believes that every country must share responsibility. Small nations like ours understand the struggles of displacement, and we emphasize the importance of regional cooperation, humanitarian aid, and educational programs for refugees. We call on all nations to work together, support each other, and ensure that refugees are treated with care, safety, and dignity. Only through unity can we provide help and a better future for those in need. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Cabo Verde. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Serbia to make the statement.
Honorable Chairs, esteemed delegates, we stand at a critical juncture for global humanitarian action with escalating conflicts and climate crisis displacing over 203 million people and demanding urgent collective responsibility for refugee assistance. Serbia has played a significant role in providing humanitarian assistance to global refugees by hosting hundreds of thousands of displaced people for decades and actively participating in international aid efforts and integration programs. As the delegate of Serbia, I'm saying that we must recognize the fundamental dignity of every refugee and commit to the shared principles of international law and compassionate action, upholding both the rights of displaced individuals and the safety of those who serve. Thank you. Hail Hydra.
I thank the distinguished delegate. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Pakistan to make the statement.
Honorable Chairs and distinguished delegates, as the delegate of Pakistan, I am here to say on the basis of global refugee crisis. Pakistan's model United Nations position on global refugee crisis balances historical role as a major host nation with its current economic security challenges. A delegate representing Pakistan and a model United Nations committee would draw on to complex history to argue for a renewed international effort centered on equitable burden sharing, sustainable solutions, and addressing root cause of displacement. As one of the world's longest standing and most significant refugee hosting nations, Pakistan is uniquely positioned to speak on the global refugee crisis. For over 4 decades, it has proved refugee to millions of Afghans, demonstrating a spirit of generosity despite its own scenario ecosystem. This experience shares Pakistan's perspective, emphasizing the humanitarian duty to protect displaced people, highlighting the need for collectivity, international support. Thank you. Hail Hydra.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Pakistan. The next countries in my list are Iran, Syrian Arab Republic, Timor-Leste, Israel, Montenegro, Eritrea, Bangladesh, Thailand, Tajikistan, Tuvalu, Antigua and Barbuda, Tanzania, Morocco, San Marino, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, Democratic Republic of Congo, Turkmenistan, Tunisia, Samoa, Guinea and Uzbekistan. The list is closed. I now request the distinguished delegate of Iran to make the statement.
A very warm and cheerful good morning to all distinguished delegates and honorable chairs. From the delegate of Iran. Based on Iran's historical actions, documented interactions with the UN and publicly stated positions, a model United Nations MUN speech on global refuge crisis would frame Iran as a major host country that promotes regional solutions while demanding greater international responsibility sharing. The position would acknowledge domestic resources constraints and security concerns which have shaped its policies toward undocumented migrants. Iran expressed its profound sympathy for all refugees and displaced persons worldwide, viewing the crisis as a collective global responsibility, not a burden for a few host nations. Thank you. Hail Hydra.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Iran. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Syrian Arab Republic to present the statement.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, Syrian Arab Republic firmly believes that humanitarian assistance must always respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of every nation. Syria remains committed to international cooperation in addressing the global refugees crisis and stresses that all aid should be delivered in coordination with the host governments to ensure fairness, transparency and security. The Syrian delegation highlights the urgent need to medical for psychology support for refugees who have been suffered from devastating effects of war. Syria also emphasized that reconstruction and rehabilitation are vital for the safe and voluntary return of refugees to their homeland. In conclusion, Syria calls upon the international community to focus on peace, stability, and rebuilding life instead of conflict and division. Every refuge deserves dignity, safety, hope, and through cooperation and mutual understanding. Thank you. Hail Hydra.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Syrian Arab Republic. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Timor-Leste to present the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinct delegates, I am the delegate of Timor-Leste, a nation with a history profoundly shaped by conflict-induced displacement. I bring to this chamber an accurate awareness of the urgency and humanity at the core of the global refugee crisis. Timor-Leste's experience from the forced expulsions and hostilities of the past to the vital role of humanitarian assistance in recovery has taught us that international solidarity is not only necessary but a fundamental duty of the international community. Timor-Leste strongly urges its member states to foster effective cooperation with humanitarian organizations and ensure that all assistance, whether in food, shelter or psychosocial support, addresses the immediate. I would like to conclude my words. Obrigado, Barak. Hail Hydra.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Timor-Leste. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Israel to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, good afternoon. Today, we, the delegates of Israel, addresses one of the world's most urgent crises. Over 100 million of people are displaced globally, forced to flee because of violence, conflict, and environmental disasters. These individuals face unimaginable hardship, and yet the response remains inadequate. As delegates, our task is clear: to find solution that addresses both the root cause of displacement, such as conflict and climate change. The time to act is now. I look forward to the solutions we will create together. Hail Hydra. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Montenegro to make the statement.
Esteemed Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Montenegro recognizes that the global refugee crisis is a defining humanitarian challenge of our time. Around the world, millions are forced to flee their homes due to conflict, persecution, and climate change. Through Montenegro is a small country, we are committed to holding humanitarian values. We have cooperated with the European Union and local organizations to provide shelter and support for refugees while working to strengthen our legal and social systems. However, limited resources make it clear that no nation can face this crisis alone. Montenegro calls upon the international community to enhance dignity. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Montenegro. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Eritrea to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegate of Eritrea believes that addressing the global refugee crisis requires respect for national sovereignty, self-reliance, and genuine international cooperation. Eritrea recognizes the suffering of millions displaced by conflict and poverty, yet emphasizes that losing solutions must come from peace, stability, and development within nations, not from external interface. Eritrea supports voluntary, safe, dignified repatriation of refugees and asks the international community to focus on creating opportunities in home countries rather than promoting dependency through long-term aid. True humanitarian assistance should be empowered nations and people, fostering independence and resilience. Thank you, United Forward.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Eritrea. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Bangladesh to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegate of Bangladesh believes that the global refugee crisis is one of the most urgent humanitarian challenges for our time. As a nation that has generously hosted over 1 million Rohingya refugees, Bangladesh has shown the world the true spirit of humanitarian and solidarity. However, this immense responsibility has placed economic, social, and environmental pressure on the host communities. Therefore, Bangladesh calls for the strong international cooperation, equitable burden sharing, and sustainable solutions that include the safe, voluntary, and dignified reparation for refugees to their home country. Humanitarian assistance must go hand in hand with peaceful, developing and respecting for human rights, ensuring that every displaced person can live with dignity and hope. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Bangladesh. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Thailand to make the statement.
Good afternoon, distinguished chair, fellow delegates and honorable guests. We, the delegate representing Thailand, recognizes that the global refugee crisis is driven by precedent conflicts and instability, most notably in Myanmar, which has caused a large influx of refugees and asylum seekers into Thailand. The reasons include precedent displacement, protracted crisis, urban refugee challenges, and stateless populations. This defends that the Thailand also hosts thousands of urban refugees and asylum seekers from more than 40 countries. The country is also home to more than 500 million registered stateless people. So the refugees are treated as irregular migrants. Also, the main problem facing by the Thailand is that the Thais are already feeling the severe consequences of rising global temperatures, increased flooding, prolonged droughts, and coastal erosions that are no longer distant threats. They are the lived reality for millions of Thai citizens today. This is because of the climate change. So, in conclusion, I would like to say that Thailand stands ready to cooperate with all nations to turn our commitments into concrete actions. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Thailand for the statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Tajikistan to make the statement.
Good afternoon, dear.
I now request the distinguished delegate of Tajikistan to make the statement.
Honorable choir, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Tajikistan acknowledges the urgent global crisis we face, climate change, financial instability, and ethnic tensions. As a mountainous landlocked nation located in Central Asia, Tajikistan is witnessing rapid glacier melt and water scarcity that threaten our people and agriculture. We call for stronger international cooperation, climate adaptation support, and fair financial assistance to help vulnerable nations like ours. Economic inequality and debt burdens limit our ability to progress, so Tajikistan urges reforms that promote fair trade, inclusive growth, and sustainability. We also affirm the importance of peace through diversity, ensuring all ethnic communities live in harmony and dignity. Together, through unity and shared responsibility, we can overcome these crises and secure a sustainable future for all nations. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Tuvalu to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegate, Tuvalu extend warm greeting to all nations gathered in this assembly. True, we are one of the smallest nations in the world. Our voice today carried the same conviction that guide our people, a belief in sharing humanity and collective responsibility. The global refugee crisis has reached an unprecedented scale. Over 110 million people have been forcibly displaced worldwide, not only by war and persecution, but increasingly by environment degradation and impact of climate change. As a small island developing state in the front of line of climate emergency, Tuvalu understands displacement not as distant tragedy, but as looming reality for our own people. Global solidarity and selective sympathy. No nation should bear the burden alone. Wealthier countries must increase humanitarian funding and equitable resettlement program, ensuring that smaller states and developed nations are not left unsupported. Protection for climate endurance displacement. The 1951 Refugee Convention must involve to recognize new form of forced migration caused by environment changes. Tuvalu call upon the national community to craft a global framework that safeguards the dignity and right of climate displacement personnel. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Tuvalu. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Antigua and Barbuda to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates and the esteemed members of the committee, the delegation of Antigua and Barbuda recognizes that the global refugee crisis is one of the greatest humanitarian challenges of our time. Millions of people around the world have been forced to flee their homes due to war, persecution, poverty, and increasingly the devastating impacts of climate change. Although Antigua and Barbuda is a small island developing state and not a major host of refugees, our nation deeply understands the human sufferings caused by displacement. Antigua and Barbuda urges the international community to strengthen cooperation through fair burden sharing, increased humanitarian funding, and greater support to organizations such as UNHCR, IOM, and the World Food Programme. As a responsible member of the global community, Antigua and Barbuda stands ready to work with all nations to ensure that every refugee receives dignity, protection, hope. Together, we can build a future where no one is forced to flee, when humanitarian assistance is guided by empathy, equity, respect for human rights. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Tanzania to make the statement.
Honorable Chair and delegates. The delegation of the United Republic of Tanzania stands before this committee with deep concerns over the global refugee crisis, which has displaced over 110 million people worldwide. This humanitarian emergency demands not only compassion but also collective global action. For decades, Tanzania has been a beacon of peace and hospitality in East Africa, providing refuge to thousands fleeing conflict from Burundi, Rwanda, and the Republic of Congo. Tanzania strongly believes that the solution lies in shared responsibility. The international community must increase financial assistance, enhance resettlement programs. In conclusion, the delegation of Tanzania reaffirms its dedication to global cooperation, human rights, and lasting peace. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Tanzania. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Morocco to make the statement.
Honorable Chair
distinguished delegates. The delegate of the Kingdom of Morocco is deeply honored to be present in the esteemed assembly. The Kingdom of Morocco stands with international community in addressing the global refugee crisis, a challenge that tests our unity, compassion, and commitment to human rights. As a bridge between Africa and Europe, Morocco has become both a host and a transit country for thousands of refugees and migrants. Guided by the national immigration and asylum policy, Morocco ensures access to education, healthcare, and social protection for displaced persons. Reflecting our dedication to humanitarian values, Morocco firmly believes that lasting solution requires international cooperation. We call upon the member states to share responsibility, strengthen funding for UNHCR and the humanitarian agencies, and promote education and vocational programs that empower refugees to rebuild their futures with dignity. The refugee crisis is not just a regional issue, it's a global responsibility. Together. Through a solidarity and shared action, we can ensure the hope and replace hardship. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Morocco. Next, the next 10 countries in my list are San Marino, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, Democratic Republic of Congo, Turkmenistan, Tunisia, Samoa, Guinea, and Uzbekistan. The list is closed. Highness requests the delegate of San Marino to make the statement.
Honorable Chair and respected delegates, the Republic of San Marino believes that the global refugee crisis is a serious issue that needs urgent action. Every person who is forced to leave their homes deserves safety, support, and a chance to live with dignity. Even though San Marino is a small country, we have always supported peace, human rights, and helping those in need. We believe all nations should work together to provide food, shelter, and medical help for refugees. San Marino also feels that war and conflicts must be stopped because they are the main reason why people lose their home. The world must unite to bring peace and protect every human being. Together, through cooperation, we can make a real difference in the lives of millions. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of San Marino. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Suriname to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Suriname stands for peace, cooperation, and fairness as the true foundations of global progress. As a small developing nation, we understand the challenges of balancing growth with responsibility. Yet, we believe the dialogue will always achieve more than division. Suriname appreciates India's foreign policy, which refers to partnership, respect, and South-South cooperation, a vision that uplifts with nations and neighbors. In a time when conflicts divide borders and trade is tested by tension, Suriname reminds the Assembly, let us build bridges, not walls. Peace is not just a dream, it is a decision. And every nation, large or small, carries the power to choose it. Let diplomacy rise above destruction. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate. We have only 7 delegates left. After that, we are moving to the informal debate session. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Trinidad and Tobago to make the statement.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago recognizes the urgency of addressing the global refugee crisis through genuine international cooperation. As a small island developing state, we face unique pressure, particularly due to the irregular maritime migration. While we are not signatory to the 1951 Refugee Convention, we remain committed to humanitarian principles and cooperations. We urge larger nations to support small states like ours through funding, technical assistance, and fair burden sharing, not burden shifting. We also advocate for regional frameworks. This crisis is not defined by borders. It demands solidarity, shared responsibility, and practical actions. Thank you, and we need peace, justice, and dignity for all.
I thank the distinguished delegate. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Democratic Republic of Congo to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, we, the delegate of the Democratic Republic of Congo, stands in solidarity with the millions of refugees worldwide who have been forced to flee their homes due to conflict, persecution, and natural disasters. We urge the international community to scale up humanitarian assistance and support sustainable solutions for refugees. We call for funding, technical assistance, and capacity. The Global Refugees Compact offers a framework for collective action. We must work together to address the root causes of displacement and promote solutions. The Republic of Congo pledges to address the global refugees crisis. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Turkmenistan to make the statement.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, today the world faces an unprecedented refugee crisis. More than 100 million people have been forced from their homes. This is not just a statistic, it is a call to conscience for all the nations. Turkmenistan, guided by its policy of permanent neutrality and peace, believes that humanity must stand above borders. We reaffirm our commitment to supporting global humanitarian efforts and the mission of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, and our nation continues to cooperate with the international partners to provide safety, dignity, and opportunity to those displaced by war and disaster. Let us remember, compassion is not a choice, it's a responsibility. Let dignity be the passport every human carries. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Turkmenistan. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Tunisia to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the global refugee crisis stands as one of the most pressing humanitarian challenges of our time. Across continents, millions are displaced by conflict, persecution, and climate-related disasters, seeking safety and dignity beyond their borders. Addressing this issue requires more than temporary relief. It demands collective responsibility and genuine international cooperation. Tunisia believes that this crisis can only be addressed through international solidarity, sustainable support for host countries, and collective action to tackle the root causes of displacement. Every displaced person deserves protection, education, and the opportunity to rebuild their life with hope and dignity. Tunisia recognizes the global refugee crisis as a profound humanitarian challenge that demands unity, empathy, and shared responsibility. Let the world remember borders may divide land, but never our humanity. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Tunisia. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Samoa to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, as the delegate of Samoa, we recognize that the global refugee crisis as a profound humanitarian challenge that transcends borders. Millions are displaced due to conflict, climate change, and persecution. A reality that small island nations like ours deeply empathize with. Through Samoa's resources are limited, our commitment, human dignity, compassion, compassion and solidarity remains unwavering. Samoa believes that only through collective global action guided by humanity and fairness can we ensure safety, dignity and hope for every displaced person. We call upon the international community to strengthen cooperation through shared responsibility, equitable resource allocation and enhanced support for host countries. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Samoa. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Guinea to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates. The delegate of Guinea believes that the refugee crisis is not just a regional issue, it is a global test of humanity. Today, over 100 million people have been forced to leave their homes because of war, persecution, poverty, and climate change. Guinea understands this pain deeply. Our nation has been a long safe haven for refugees from Sierra Leone and Liberia. Even when facing our own economic challenges, Guinea has opened its borders, shared its resources, and extended compassion. Because for us, solidarity is not an option, it's a duty. However, Guinea firmly believes that no single country can face this crisis alone. The world must act together not with words but with concrete action. We urge the international community to support host nations, provide humanitarian and financial aid. Let us remember, refugees are not a burden, but human beings with potential, courage and dreams. Together we can build a world where no one is forced to flee their homes. A world of peace, dignity and compassion. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Guinea. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Uzbekistan to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Uzbekistan recognizes that the global refugee crisis is one of the most urgent humanitarian challenges of our time. Millions are displaced by conflict, instability and environmental shocks, and the international community must respond with unity and shared responsibility. As a Central Asian nation at the crossroads of cultures and trade routes, Uzbekistan understands the importance of regional stability and cooperation. Our government has facilitated humanitarian assistance and safe transit for vulnerable people, particularly from Afghanistan, while supporting reintegration and peace-building initiatives. However, no country can manage this crisis alone. Uzbekistan calls for stronger UN-led coordination and humanitarian partnerships, support for safe, voluntary and dignified returns in accordance with international law. Uzbekistan remains committed to collective humanitarian action and regional peace. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Uzbekistan. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Belize to make the statement.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and distinguished judges. Belize, a small Central American nation, has long held a crucial role in providing refuge for those fleeing violence and persecution. For decades, our country has welcomed people primarily from neighboring Central American nations, offering them a chance to rebuild their lives. Our commitment is not a recent phenomenon. In the 1980s, during regional conflicts, Belize opened its door to lands of thousands of displaced peoples. And today, as new conflicts arise, we continue to see thousands seek safety within our borders. In response to this ongoing need, Belize has worked with partners like the UNCHR to strengthen our asylum system. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Belize. That was the last delegate on my list. The General Assembly has concluded the debate on addressing global refugee crisis and ensuring international cooperation for humanitarian assistance. Now the General Assembly adjourns for informal consultations.
All right, delegates. All right.
So right now you have a resolution in hand, right? A resolution in hand. Right now we are gonna debate upon the entire resolution here. We are gonna debate upon the entire resolution here. Delegates, I need delegates who are agreeing to this resolution, as well as I need delegates who are opposing this resolution. Don't mind in the foreign policies or anything here, chill. Delegates agreeing the resolution here, raise your placards.
We are agreeing and we need to add something to it. So
if at all you are agreeing also, you can add something to it, it's fine. Delegates are speaking for this resolution. We're going to do it in a new way. And I need delegates who are going to speak against this resolution also. All right, all good? You need time to discuss upon yourself. You need time to discuss upon yourself. All right, in the informal consultation, we will give you sufficient time, more or less like an unmod, to discuss upon yourself. So go talk, go discuss, go in its entirety, go discuss upon yourself, and we'll have a open debate session here. All right, we'll have an open debate session here. So go around, discuss around, talk to all delegates here, talk to the entire delegates here and discuss upon form blocks, form 2 blocks. I need 2 blocks wherein one is supporting the particular resolution, one is against a particular resolution. For now, leave the amendments part. This is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do. One block which is supporting the particular resolution, one which is completely against us. All right, any doubts? Any doubts? Yes.
What if we're suggesting new amendments as well as modifications?
Any delegate here can suggest a new amendment or modification, completely fine. So before the amendment part, we are going to have a debate on this particular resolution. Before the amendment part, we're going to have a debate on this particular resolution where we'll be having 2 blocks. And I need the first block. The people who are agreeing to this resolution should sit here. Someone note it down, do it accordingly. People are agreeing to this, sit here. People are disagreeing to this, sit here. That is how it works. All right? And we'll have a debate on the particular draft resolution. Leave the amendments right now. Right now we are not going to do amendments. Right now we are not doing the amendments. This sole debate on this particular resolution in hand. All right, all good. Any doubts? You will have modifications, amendments and all later.
We can modify it.
Yeah, you can. Any doubts? All good. Someone take the leadership here. It's a big committee. Someone take the leadership here. Form a resolution which agree on this. A resolution is completely against on this. All right? Everyone can speak. Yeah, no. Everyone can speak. Yeah. So right now we'll read in the resolution. A country can read in the resolution, but that country will not be part of the discussion or discussion there. A country will read in the resolution, followed by we'll have an informal consultation like an unmod wherein you guys can discuss upon the blocks and shift into blocks, and we'll do a debate on that. All right? Which country would like to read out the entire resolution? Delegate.
So here are some general instructions. That is, any country can introduce or sponsor the draft. After the presentation of draft resolution, any countries have to co-sponsor the draft resolution. Not one country, even many countries can co-sponsor, but the members who are sponsoring and co-sponsoring the draft resolution will not be able to make any amendments. Then try to use the exact language with verbatims, and we'll start drafting with the first preambulatory paragraph and then with the operative paragraph. After that, we'll have a voting session based on it. Then we'll be adjourning the session. The judgment criteria will be the quality of the statement in GSL and amendments made. I think it's clear. Yeah, so if you want to speak, you have to raise your placards. The secretariat will notice, and then call you out. After that, only you have the permission to speak. Which country is ready to sponsor the draft resolution? It was Netherlands. Now I invite the delegate of Netherlands to present the draft resolution.
The General Assembly, reaffirming the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations, including the promotion of international peace, security, human rights, and social progress, recalling the 1951 Convention relating to the status of refugees and its 1967 Protocol, which formed the foundation of the international refugee protection regime, acknowledging the unprecedented number of displaced persons worldwide exceeding 114 million according to UNHCR, resulting from conflicts, persecution, climate-related disasters, and socio-economic instability. Recognizing the primary responsibility of states to protect their citizens while emphasizing the shared global responsibility to assist those forcibly displaced. Stressing the urgent need for equitable burden and responsibility sharing among member states to support host countries, particularly developing nations, bearing disproportionate refugee populations. Deeply concerned by the growing humanitarian challenges faced by refugees, including lack of access to shelter, education, healthcare, and livelihood opportunities, welcoming the efforts of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, UNHCR, International Organization for Migration, IOM, and other international and regional organizations in coordinating relief and resettlement programs. Urges all member states to strengthen international cooperation to ensure timely, coordinated, and sustained humanitarian assistance to refugees, internally displaced persons, IDPs, and asylum seekers worldwide. Encourages the establishment of a global refugee solidarity fund under UNHCR to mobilize financial and logistical support for countries hosting large refugee populations and to facilitate equitable distribution of resources. Calls upon member states to promote safe, orderly, and regular pathways for refugees, including humanitarian corridors, community sponsorship, and resettlement programs consistent with international law. Emphasizes the need for durable solutions to refugee situations, including voluntary repatriation in safety and dignity, local integration, or resettlement to third countries. Recommends that member states, in collaboration with UN agencies, invest in education, skills training, and livelihood programs for refugees to foster self-reliance and socio-economic integration. Encourages the use of technology and innovation to improve refugee registration, service delivery, and data management for efficient humanitarian response. Highlights the importance of addressing root causes of forced displacement through conflict prevention, peace building, climate adaptation, and inclusive development policies. Welcomes regional cooperation frameworks such as Comprehensive Refugee Response Framework, CRRF, and the Global Compact on Refugees, GCR, and calls for their effective implementation at the national level. Appeals to the international community to counter discrimination, xenophobia, and misinformation about refugees through awareness and advocacy initiatives promoting solidarity and empathy. Requests the Secretary General to submit an annual report on progress in global refugee assistance, international cooperation, and implementation of the Global Compact on Refugees, decides to remain seized of the matter. I recommend this resolution to the General Assembly. Please put forward your interest to co-sponsor this resolution.
Any countries willing to co-sponsor the resolution? Countries willing to co-sponsor the resolution? Yes, Argentina, Bolivia, Nigeria, Iran, yes, thank you, delegates. So, we are going to draft the
Delegates, by the discretion of the Executive Board, you have a 10-minute unmoderated caucus as of right now. Your unmod starts now.
10-minute timer, 10 minutes in timer. Co-sponsors. Delegate of USA is here. You don't want to talk. Okay, so
Guys, settle down, settle down. Delegates, settle down. Settle down, settle down. All delegates here, settle down, settle down. Settle down, all right. It's just we are gonna have an hour. We are gonna have an hour time where currently we're not going in individual clause by clause to the entire resolution by resolution. All right, we go into resolution by resolution.
the discussion session starts now.
As a complete. Yeah, okay. So here we have this resolution, and one thing I felt while reading this resolution is a major issue, and I'm here to point out that issue, which is the sovereignty clause. This resolution includes global initiatives like funds and relocation programs without ensuring host country consent, rising backlash from states that see it as interference in domestic affairs. So let me tell you why this matters. This matters because it violates Article number 2(7) of the UN Charter. No UN body can impose domestic action without consent. Host countries such as Turkey, Lebanon, Kenya may reject this implementation, and this will definitely weaken the resolution.
Delegates wishing to speak from here.
So since there is nobody to oppose me, I'll suggest an amendment for this proposition, which is that all refugee assistance and relocation programs shall function only with full host state consent and in accordance with national laws. Because some of you might understand that sovereignty is not an obstacle to compassion. It's the foundation for it.
Guys, if you want to interrupt, feel free to interrupt. Just stand up, feel free to interrupt. Just delegates, what you're going to do here is, if you want to oppose this, just stand up, start making your content, start telling your content. Anyone wishes to speak from here? They want to change the refugee camps to refugees to refugee camps. Delegates wishing to speak again.
Sovereignty is the primary issue here.
Any opposition to that point? can make your statement. Any opposition? Yes, the country of India may respond. Delegate of India.
So actually, India also accepts the sovereignty. That's why India doesn't become a signatory in UNHCR. So we also believe that sovereignty of your country is also necessary. Okay, so that's it.
Oh, this was
So-
not regarding a singular country known as India. This was a resolution that we made for all of these countries sitting here.
So you are asking that we are opposing that sovereignty is not for you people. Is that correct?
No.
So
no.
what actually you are trying to convey with us?
Basically,
Make it short, make it short.
Yeah.
Okay,
He's
so
asking the
basically,
short thing.
can I speak here? So basically, the sovereignty clause is missing. That's what we are trying to say.
Can you explain where it is missing?
It is not in this. It is not clear. Try reading that amendment which you have, and I am suggesting that we should add a clause that all refugee programs shall operate with full host state consent and adherence to national legal framework. It is a suggestion because I felt that it was missing here, and definitely is going to help countries like you.
Yeah, of course. That's true. We are also supporting that. We think it's you people
It's
were
not
trying
here.
to.
It's not here.
Yeah, that's true.
It's the fault with
that's
the.
True.
The delegate of UK, the delegate of UK, the delegate of UK.
Yes.
Here. President is speaking. So, you said that you want to add the full cooperation of the other agencies, right? Refugee-related agencies. Can you
No.
make your point more
What
clear?
I meant is that there should be consent from the host, from the states, from the countries. There is nothing like that mentioned in this.
Oh.
Okay?
Just give it as a writing to the Secretariat.
Definitely.
Any objections to this point? Any other objections?
We agree that the point is not included, but here's the thing. They're not forcing us. If you read it...
Delegate of Germany. Okay, you can.
They're not forcing us. If you read the words carefully, it says urges, encourages. It's a suggestion, not a forceful... Right.
This is a resolution. Every single word inside this has to be crystal clear so that countries don't come again banging at others' doors and telling that there was a fault with this. And people like us don't misuse this. People like you, people like me, nobody here misuses this. That's why we are suggesting this, that there needs to be a full state consent.
Is it not crystal clear though?
It is not.
It is urges, encourages. No one is getting forced here.
Nope.
Where is the forceful part coming from? Who is getting forced here? I do not get that part.
No, there are some things which needs to be clarified. We are telling that without ensuring any sort of host country consent, in the future there will definitely be rising backlash from states as it involves their interference in domestic affairs.
They are allowed to choose. It said urges. It is a recommendation. It is not something they're forced to do. They can refuse if they want to. It's a suggestion. It's a mere suggestion.
I believe there is a huge difference between shall function only with full host state consent and in accordance with national laws. That is my suggestion, and that is my proposed amendment to what you call urges.
I agree with the point, but what I'm saying is it's not exactly necessary. It is kind of clear from what they've mentioned here.
I don't think this is going anywhere.
See, my question is with the clause number 2. So this question is simple. If a new global fund is created, how will it avoid duplicating the roles of existing institutions like UNHCR's emergency funds or World Bank's refugee support programs? Won't it create a delay in aid recoveries? If there's an emergency in the global world, won't it...
Delegate of China, can you point out the particular point which you're mentioning to?
See, Delegate of China speaking, I am mentioning the second clause, encourages the establishment of global refugee solidarity fund under like UNHRC. But in UNHRC, there are multiple funds like UNHRC's emergency funds, World Bank refugee support programs. So won't it kill just distractions? When something comes, if an emergency comes, won't it create delay? If there are multiple funds, like duplicating the role of funds.
See the delegate of China, then should we abandon the refugees? What do you mean? We have to abandon the refugees?
See, the main point is simple, not abandoning the refugees.
See, make your amendment clear and short, a little logical.
See, this is not clear. That is why I'm speaking like this. The UNHRC's emergency fund is there for refugees, right? We can use it for like that. And another question from this is simple. In UNHRC, there are only 47 members. And this is a UNGA consisting of 193 members.
What do you suggest?
To make it from UNHRC to UNGA, so that every country can participate. See, refugee is not a one country statement. Every country should come forward.
So give it as a writing to the Secretariat. Any objections to this point? Unless objections, you can write. Any objections? You can raise the placard. Just a minute. Any other objections? Seeing none, you may proceed.
See, you just said I should make it as a writing to the Secretary, right? So I should make a formal amendment and give it to the Secretary right now?
Yeah. That point, how do you want to change it? Just write it and give it to the Secretary.
Thank you, President.
Yes.
And that's it. Thank you.
Delegates, it's not only them. If the people are sitting here on the yes side, if you also want to bring any amendments to this, you are free to do so.
Any other? The delegate of Spain, you may respond.
I have seen that the document does not mention the non-impunity principle which prevents war criminals from being considered as refugees. So I prefer if you add that amendment.
We'll be really happy if that would be added into this.
Please raise and tell your delegation.
United Kingdom is my delegation. So we'll be really happy if this will be brought into it, and I would like to congratulate the delegate of Spain for raising this issue here. Thank you.
Delegate of Spain, please give it as a writing to the Secretariat. The delegate of Ireland may respond.
Okay, so in this draft resolution, the second clause says that it has to be, it calls for an establishment of Global Refugee Solidarity Fund. So it is like kind of asking for new funds to do the things. But instead of that, why can't we find this new solution that I propose to give it as an amendment, that the delegation of Ireland urges member states to prioritize the rehabilitation of existing refugee infrastructure, with over 60% of the global shelters under-maintained and nearly a quarter of aid lost to inefficiency, according to UNHCR 2024 report. So before funding new projects, ensuring resources directly improve living conditions and reduce systemic waste.
Can you once again explain it in short, because the delegates seem to be confused?
Okay, so instead of why are you getting new funds, you can redirect the already existing funds into the rehabilitation and making the already present shelters more efficient for refugees. So in that way, you would be, decreasing the waste that you're creating, but at the same time, increasing the way of living for refugees in many countries.
Any response or objections? Yeah, delegate of Spain first and then followed by India.
Wouldn't introduction of a new fund lead to better living conditions for the refugees?
Well, a new fund will be taking so many time. You have to wait for many years. But at the same time, I'm just telling you have to redirect the already existing fund in a more efficient way so the refugees can start living right now a better life with clean supply of water and proper food. Like right now, they can face the change right now.
Yeah, you can redirect the fund, but wouldn't introducing a new fund increase the fund and increase the living conditions of the refugees, which will lead to a better life for them in the future. It might take time, but it leads to better results.
Okay, until that fund comes, do you want all the children to die there?
No, but you can also suggest redirection without ignoring a new introduction.
See, first,
If you just because you don't follow the earlier laws, you don't need. It doesn't mean that you need not introduce a new law.
see, first you have to have the basic system strong, after which you can have innovations.
But the basic system is strong on paper. It's failing in implementation. So increasing strength in paper.
See, you just clearly mentioned that the basic system is not strong. If the basic is not
No,
strong, how are you going to create more innovations on top of it?
No,
Everything is going to fail on a weak base.
No, I said the basic system is strong in paper. I am saying that the implementation is not wrong. Wouldn't introducing a new fund increase the pressure on the United Nations to create better lives and hence improve the implementation?
See, you understood that the basic system is strong only on the paper. It is not implemented. Without the basis, without the foundation being implemented there, how can you go for the next step? Can you just understand my question?
I can understand, but I am understanding why can't we go? It's not wrong to prepare for an just examine that. Imagine that if you have social studies exam tomorrow, it's not wrong to prepare for English exam a day after tomorrow.
See, I
You
get
might
your
not
point.
be
The delegate of
thankful
Spain,
in
the delegate
social
of
studies.
Spain, please hold on to your point. There are other countries who are trying to speak.
Oh,
We'll
okay.
come to you later.
Okay, sorry.
Delegate of India may respond.
So you are implying that we don't need to wait until a new thing was established, isn't it?
See, while the waiting period, you just don't have to wait. You can redirect and do the thing in that waiting period.
Already we are having something before we had established, isn't it? For helping the refugees.
Yes,
We don't need to cancel out all these things which are already have.
I didn't tell you to cancel. I'm just
No, you just made a comment that we just ignore what are the things which we now have, and we need to provide a better one which we need to make here.
Actually, the statement you gave is just contradicting the statement I gave. So let me clear you. The statement I gave is that you just have to increase the efficiency of other shelters and things which you already have.
More than increasing, we can make a new one that can more helpful. And we don't need to ignore that till a new one is formed.
That is literally what I am saying.
You just made a comment there that
See,
we
just
are trying
listen
to
me.
ignore.
See, just listen to me. What I'm trying to tell here is that while you're waiting for new funds to come,
We are not waiting. We don't need to wait.
Then when will you have your new funds? See, everything takes time. You have to give a proper
Yeah,
resolution.
of course it should take time.
See, you told it takes time. So in that time, when it takes, you told it takes time. So you'll be having some waiting period, right? At that time, what I'm telling you is that with the funds you already have, why don't you redirect it to make the already present shelters more efficient?
So if we are not ignoring that till in the waiting period that you had already mentioned, that waiting period, we are not ignoring those things which are already having with us,
It
right?
is being ignored. I just gave you the perfect statistics from
Why we
UNHCR.
need to ignore that until in the
That's
waiting
the
period?
same question I'm
We
asking
don't
you.
need
Why
to-
are you ignoring it? That is the same question
We
I'm
don't
asking.
need to ignore that things.
That's what I'm telling
Why
you.
you
don't have
are
to
why you are
ignore it.
suggesting that we need to ignore? What are the things which you are telling that we are going to ignore? Under the what basis you are telling that?
Dear delegate, I never mentioned the word ignore in my statement if you just gave more confidence.
The delegate of India, please hold for a second. The delegate of Russia may respond.
So actually you said is like we have to like support the people who are already here while waiting for the money, right? But the refugees number isn't a certain. Like number of refugees can increase any time. If you are providing the the coming amount to the refugees that are present now, what will we give to the refugees that is coming? Will they be homeless?
I never mentioned anything about refugee numbers. I just told that you have to make the already present shelters more efficient, which just meant increasing the quantity and the quality of service they provide.
For increasing the quality and quantity, you need to provide a certain amount of money, right?
See, nothing is certain according to the number of refugees. Like, do you just count how many refugees are there in the Ukraine-Russia war?
Don't decline the fact that money isn't involved here. You are saying that we need to provide more for the refugees that is already present here. If the number of refugees increases, what will you give them? Will they be homeless? You have to provide them with...
See, I'm not telling that you have to give everything to the already present refugees. I'm just telling that you have to make the shelters present there more efficient. So in the future, if any other refugees come there, that the shelter will be able to accommodate them.
Nobody is having problem with this current shelter, right? If you have to increase this, what we are doing them? Once in a time, they have to return to their country when everything ends.
See, I just gave you a statistical report. There has been a 60% drop in all the quality of the shelters. It is, with regard with the UN documents.
Currently, they are not staying here for a permanent time. They are not getting any citizenship of the country.
Okay, they're not staying there for a permanent time.
They have to return.
Okay, that you told that they're not staying here for permanent. But at that time, let us say that they are staying for 10 days. Is it okay that in that 10 days that they get any disease they can have with contaminated water and food? Because 10 days is enough for anyone to die.
Nobody is dying. The thing is, luxury is not more important than surviving. You are saying is what is supporting luxury. If they have to
according to you, basic need of water and food has become luxury.
I am not saying about the water and food. It is necessary for a person to survive.
Yeah, that's
it will be provided by anyone, even if they are homeless or anyone. There is no discrimination about giving water or food to anyone.
Delegates, please be seated. Your time is up. The next query by UK, the United Kingdom. The last amendment was not approved as the debate has not been concluded. There was no conclusion at the last.
Okay, so I'll be reading out operative clause number 5. So operative clause number 5 states that recommends that member states in collaboration with UN agencies invest in education, skills training and livelihood programs for refugees to foster self-reliance and socio-economic integration. So here what problem I've identified is that it lacks the execution clarity. How will education reach people who live in unstable, rural or digital deserts? How will refugee qualifications be globally recognized? So this is a problem because digital divide excludes millions of people and refugee certifications are often unrecognized internationally. So here's my amendment, here's my proposal. My proposal is that we launch an Education Without Borders digital platform offering accredited multilingual courses via low bandwidth access. We should link this to a global refugee skills compact that connects refugees with international employers, both remote and on-site. I hope this is something which can be agreed by the people supporting this and opposing this, because I think this is a great amendment that should be brought to this paper.
The delegate of United Kingdom, just a second. The delegate of China, can you please report to the Secretariat? Yeah, you may continue.
Okay, so I'd like to end my words by saying that education should not stop at borders, neither should opportunity. Thank you.
So any objection to that? Spain, yes, you may respond.
Just to clarify, you will introduce education through an app, right?
A platform.
A platform. And this platform will be accessible where?
Accessible through the internet.
Okay. Why do you think refugees will have phones?
Many of them have phones these days. I mean, just check out the person who lives in your backyard. Just check out the person.
Do you think people who struggle to find food and water will have cell phones?
Unfortunately, in our current era, yes. That's what I think. That's exactly what I think.
So you think that refugees from Palestine will have phones?
Have you seen people video shooting what
Yeah,
happens in
they are
Palestine?
journalists.
Have you seen the state of the people there? Have you seen people taking their own vlogs proving how much of a miserable life they are leading? And I believe they are making use of mobile phones and cameras for that very endeavor.
Of course, but you have to clarify the sources might be from journalists who enter there. And even if perhaps let's say 75% of the population has cell phones, there's a huge probability that the 25% will fell backward from this education. You should introduce something that will support these non-online kids also.
As an alternative to this, do you propose physical centers where people from Armenia go to India and attend classes, online classes? I don't think so. If you're a smart man, I don't think so. Because online learning is the only way that can be possible. If we can approach the 75%, we should approach the 75% because that is how things work.
Okay. See, in the fifth one it says the member
Spain,
state.
Spain, please hold. Marshall Islands may respond. Please make it short and clear.
So we are all aware that internet costs money, right? Yeah, it just costs money. So how do you think a person who cannot even buy a bottle of water can buy internet? And also internet in the entire thing.
I believe there are things called free Wi-Fi in places where you don't get free water.
Where? Can I know where?
I believe there are such places.
Where?
I'll tell you an example. You just visit the Starbucks shop. You'll get free Wi-Fi there even if you don't buy a single packet of food.
Yeah, I'm seeing a Starbucks in Ukraine, bro.
I think there are.
See in Trivandrum, a delegate of China, see in Trivandrum itself, there's a place called museum where we have free Wi-Fi. We don't need to buy anything. We can just go to the park, chill there and relax. We will get free Wi-Fi. We don't have to buy a bottle of water.
Because there is no war going on here.
There are governments who construct bus stands which provide free Wi-Fi. I don't know if you are aware of all of this. Just conduct a small research and you will know there are places where they don't provide water, where they don't provide shelter, but they provide free Wi-Fi.
Okay, the delegate of Equatorial Guinea may respond. Spain, please hold as you have been consuming a lot of time. You will be noted later.
I just have one question that during wars, do you think we will go to parks and bus stands for free Wi-Fi?
During wars.
During wars, because we are talking
Do
about
you think
shelters.
refugees are having troubles only during wars? What about
Most of
after
the time.
wars? What about after wars?
Afterwards, do you think they will go to park for having Wi-Fi?
If it is for education, I
seen-
think yes. And
Actually,
trust
I
me,
have
it's not
seen
just
people
parks.
going to parks or bus stands, as he said.
Have you seen people posting videos just like I said before?
I have seen only international news channels.
Have you seen private people doing that?
No, I have not.
I think you should check out Instagram probably. You can see small children. I think children, not at your age, you are a delegate. I think children of, 14, 15 years and all, they take videos of themselves proving how much of a miserable time we have. And this is released to the international press and some medias even use this so that people like us know what's happening. People like us react.
Yeah, I'm asking for a proof actually because I've never
I'll
seen
send you
children-
videos.
I've never seen children having phones with Wi-Fi.
No, I'll send you images, videos and evidences where people of the same, people of
Please, the
those
United
places-
Kingdom, no such comments anymore.
Okay.
Actually, I've really not seen people going to parks for using Wi-Fi during wars or refugees who have been using shelters for the basic needs like water and homes. So, do you think they will use internet more than having their own food or water?
It depends. Because if they want
Do
to
you
have
think-
food and water in the future, there is something required. And I believe that is known as education. Education
Do you
can
think
help you get jobs. Education can help you get money.
The
And
delegate
even
of
food and
United
water.
Kingdom, do you think all all the people living in the world are educated?
Thank
No,
you,
I
ma'am.
don't. No, I don't.
Excuse me.
How can you say that people can live without water and food but with education? Your sentence means that. Please, that's why I said use particular language.
I never said people can live
Let me
without
speak.
water and food.
United Kingdom, let me speak. Use exact language and verbatim because there are chances of misleading and misunderstanding. Use the exact verbatims. Okay, continue.
Delegate of UK, I think you are being misled by education and basic amenities because I think in India or any other countries which are still developing or like any other countries, you can take your country for example, I've seen people at the roadside begging for food. Do you think they need education for having food? Will you ask, do you have education? Then I will give you some food.
No,
I have
but
never
if
seen
you
that.
have education, you don't see people begging for food.
Do you think, what about the people who are unemployed? On the roadsides, you can see people are speaking very good in English. Do you think they are having, have you seen videos? You have talked about videos, no
There's
later.
a difference between literacy and
So you think literacy can provide you food all day?
No, I said there is a difference between literacy and education.
That's my point, that I can, you can provide water or basic amenities by only literacy itself.
So let
by
me ask you this
The
question.
delegate, please be seated. The point is closed. Your time is over. The next amendment by Norway is.
Beloved President, and this is the delegate of Norway speaking, and the resolution which is drafted here, I want to make a change in the 7th clause that please be checked, and the 7th clause is that highlights the importance of addressing root causes of forced displacement through conflict prevention, peace building, climate adaptation, and inclusive development policies. So the thing which Norway want to believe that, or Norway want to explain is that while solving root causes like climate change and conflict resolution, refugees today need urgent protection, shelter, and safety. We can't wait long-term solutions when lives are already at risk. That's why Norway proposes this amendment to focus more on immediate action and humanitarian needs. That's all.
Can you please explain your amendments in short?
Okay, ma'am, I'll explain. So, no, in this amendment, I need to make a change that by resolving long-term root causes, we should supply the urgent or the immediate necessities for the refugees other than solving the long-term policies and all. That's what I want to make a change in this.
Any objection to that? Yes, India.
We don't wait until highlighting the importance of addressing the root causes. We just mentioned that we just need to highlight the importance of addressing the root causes. We doesn't tell that, not we, just this draft resolution doesn't explain that after finding the root cause only we will provide the sustainable things which be necessary to give. Is that?
Okay, let me explain my point once again. I haven't said that. At first, we need to supply or we need to provide the basic amenities.
We will definitely.
Let me complete, please.
Okay,
Loved delegate. So, before providing solving the root causes of the problems, we should provide the basic amenities for the refugees who are suffering. So that's why I made. That's what the
Delegate, have you read I think the first clause. It says, it urges all member states to strengthen international cooperation to ensure timely, coordinated and sustained humanitarian assistance to refugees. What does that mean? Please make your point more logical.
But ma'am, I'm talking about the 7th clause that...
See, it is already given in the draft resolution that we must provide. Why should you again add it?
But I talked about the 7th clause itself, not about the first clause.
After the
See,
first...
it is already given in the draft resolution. We have been informed that we are completely discussing about the draft resolution. It is already given, then why should we add it again? Please be seated.
Okay.
Any other queries? Yes, Ireland.
So I would like to make an amendment in the 4th clause. I think that the 4th clause is a bit incomplete. An amendment that I would like to make is that encourages member states and relevant UN agencies to provide accessible mental health and psychological support services for refugees and internally displaced persons, ensuring trauma-informed care and community-based counseling programs.
Can you please repeat the clause number? Operational clause, which number?
4.
Yes, make your point short.
Okay, so the clause just gives it needs durable solution for refugee situation, safety and dignity, but it doesn't include about the psychological support that the refugee needs when they are out of their country, when they are separated from their family.
Yes, valid point. Any other objections? Any other objections to raise for that? Okay, so that is accepted. Please give it as a writing to the Secretariat. Any other amendments? Yes, Libya.
The delegate of Libya would like to replace the 5th preambulary clause with the 7th operative clause as it highlights the problem more than the solution.
Can you please repeat your amendment?
I would like to replace the 5th preambulary clause with the 7th operative clause as it highlights the problem more than the solution.
So you are saying that the problem should not be emphasized. We should not take the problem into consideration. We can just solve it. Without problem, we can solve it in the draft resolution. You mean that? I didn't get your point. That's why I'm asking. I didn't get your point in proper. That's why I'm asking you.
So actually the thing is that when the statement starts with a highlighting, it's a preambulary clause, right?
I didn't get you actually.
When a statement starts with highlighting, it is a preambulary clause.
5th preambulatory clause.
Yeah.
Yeah, stressing the urgent need.
Yeah.
5th preambulatory clause you said.
Yeah.
Which says stressing the urgent need.
Actually, it's not a solution.
Urgent need for equitable burden. It says that all the countries should equally share the burden. Is it not a solution? Is it a problem? Is it a problem to share burden?
No.
I'm just asking you. Is it a problem to share burden?
It's okay. It's okay.
Thank you. Any other objections? Italy. Okay. Any other recommendation? Yes, Delegate of India.
You'd like to add a small point in the preliminary paragraph, the 5th preliminary paragraph, a sub-point in the 5th preliminary paragraph.
Yes.
That is the word meaning burden. The principle which we aim is aid must be built, not advantage. In old way, the burden means for decades, humanitarian aid was designed for short-term emergency relief, like a band-aid. So the problem which we face is refugees often stay for 10, 20 or even 50 years.
Delegate, did you mean the preambulatory clause?
Yes,
That is
yes.
in the first page.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Continue.
So the word meaning burden, equitable, we really necessary to have an equitable burden sharing mechanism, but the burden meaning which implies is the short-term burden sharing mechanism. So we need a long-term burden sharing mechanism. That means a new demand. Because refugees often stay for 10, 20 or 50 years, but we doesn't accept, but still there are underdeveloped countries, they can't accept the long-term refugees. So after a large influx of refugees, for a short time of period through equitable burden sharing mechanism, the other countries will help the host countries. But after that, after a long term, it would become a burden for the country itself. So that's what we need, the equitable burden sharing mechanism, the burden word meaning need to be changed.
Any objections to that, or should we make should him make the point clear? He should make the point clear. Yeah. Delegate of India, please make the point short and clear. Just in a sentence, what you came to convey.
So we need the equitable burden sharing mechanism. But the word meaning burden, in olden way, it stands for a short-term assistance for the host countries. We need a long-term assistance. If it's clear.
I think the delegate of UK is confused, right? Just repeat it in a very legible language, like make it clear.
So burden word meaning usually in the burden sharing mechanism, the burden word meaning is that providing the host countries financially or something for a short period of time. So we doesn't need a short period of term of aid, we need a long term because there are lots of underdeveloped and developing countries. So after a long term, the burden sharing mechanism gradually stops. So the host country need to take care of the refugees. That may affect the poor citizens of the country, of the host country.
So you want to change the word burden to?
Burden to a long-term development burden mechanism.
Long-term development?
Burden sharing mechanism.
Burden sharing mechanism. So is it valid or any objections? You have an objection. Yes. Respond. Please pass on the microphone.
Hello. Honestly, I don't have any objection, but one thing I like to point out is that you didn't still change the word burden, he changed the word equitable. No, I just wanted to make him know that
Valid, it's valid. India may respond. Yes.
Actually, that's the mistake from our side. The equitable long-term burden sharing mechanism. I really missed the equitable, word meaning equitable. Actually, the burden that we are having, right?
I think the point he's trying to explain is that instead of the word burden means short term. Long-term mechanism burden means long-term burden. I think that's the point. Is that so?
That's the point.
Is that so? Delegate of India, is that so what you meant?
Yes.
Okay, that's what he meant. Is it okay? Can we proceed? Yes? So give it as a writing to the Secretariat. Write the complete preambulatory clause. Okay? Any other? Yes, Philippines first. It will be followed by the next amendment. Italy, please raise your placard, okay? Pass on the microphone.
Yeah, Madam President. In the fifth clause, it has been mentioned that recommended that member states in collaboration with UN agencies invest in education, skill training and livelihood program, etc. But in that clause, it has been not mentioned any funding source. How could a developing country like Philippines share their profit margin to this?
I didn't get your point. Please make it more clear.
In that specific clause, you have been mentioned.
Which clause? Yeah, which clause?
Fifth clause.
Preambulatory or normal? The operatory clause.
Operational.
Operatory.
The second page. Second page.
Yes. Fifth one.
Yeah.
Speak.
Okay. You have been mentioned about increasing educational skill training and livelihood, isn't it?
Yes.
In that, it has not been mentioned any funding source. How could a developing country be?
That's what we said.
What?
We are doing this as a whole draft resolution. Haven't we? Just now they completed the debate about funding. There was a whole, half of the time was taken by the funding.
Wait, please wait. But a developing country like me or Peru, etc., could not afford these type of things.
Maybe that's only your country's suggestion.
Okay, then itself, Philippines only. How can we fund? So the possible solution is to recommend joint programs funded by developed nations, not developing nations.
Where do you say that? I didn't get it. Where does the word developed nations come from?
It's a possible solution. It's not mentioned here. I want to add that.
You are adding that? So
yeah.
Only the developed nations have the responsibility?
Developed nation in contributing majority, which means developing.
Just a second.
Okay.
So if refugees from other countries are coming, just now we discussed the point equitable burden. What does equality mean?
Yeah, it's all clear. Wait. The developing countries could not fund in this type of things. Okay. Developing country like Philippines.
You don't see, that's your personal country's thing.
So why?
You just keep it personal. You're just doing it.
Madam President, I recommend all the developed nations to join and invest in the refugee crisis and not developing or not developed countries. I think I have made the point clear.
I'm not clear about your point. Please
Yeah.
make it clear. You're saying that the developed nation should put on,
Invest
but the
more.
developed and undeveloping countries should not. What do you mean?
Wait. Developed countries. I am not specifying the names. Developed
See,
countries.
that itself shows. Please don't use such kind of verb atoms.
Okay.
Why do you want to look at them?
Developed countries like India can contribute to refugee crisis more, but developing country like Philippines, whose GDP is very, very low,
India, do you want the right to reply? Yes, you may proceed.
Actually, India is not a developed country, it's a developing country.
but its GDP and economic development status is much higher than Philippines.
What do you mean by just, do you know what is the meaning of equality? That means every country should contribute how much you can. See, why do we take, 1 second, I am speaking.
Okay.
When we take percentage, it is your country's GDP's percentage. So, it is an equal percentage. What do you mean by equality? Just now they discussed about equality. You didn't have even a point to say. Did you?
Wait, let me say.
See.
Can I?
Yes.
Can I talk? Okay. So the developing countries, I think it's my country's personal opinion. Developing countries should contribute less than the developed countries.
Then what do you mean by equality? Can you understand my question?
Equality can be considered in the state of money and economic development. The peoples of my country has also the right to live.
Can I ask you a question? Without money, how will you help the refugees? How will you help the refugees without fund? I need answer.
It's all right. Okay.
Then
I
please
need
be
fund.
seated. If it is correct, please be seated. Your point is not valid. Any other objections? Amendments. Italy.
Secretariat, just a clarification, was it equality?
So insert a new clause at the end of the first point or as a subparagraph. Further urge member states to establish and strengthen effective border management system in compliance with international laws and human rights.
Yes, Italy may respond.
So insert a new clause at the end of the first point or as a subparagraph. Further urge member states to establish and strengthen effective border management system in compliance with international laws and human rights.
Please repeat your point and the clause.
Further urge member states to establish
Clause, please. Number of which clause?
the first or as a subparagraph.
First operative paragraph. Yes.
Yeah.
Continue.
So, further urge member states to establish and strengthen effective border management system in compliance with international laws and human rights.
Oh, that's the preambulatory paragraph.
Yeah.
You said operative clause. Please use the verb atoms correctly, okay?
Okay.
Yes. Once again, come up once again, as now only I got.
So, further urge member states to establish and strengthen effective border management system in compliance with international laws and human rights.
Any objections or anything? Any countries? No? Seeing none, give it as a writing to the Secretariat. Okay, next, it's United Kingdom which raised first. Marshall Islands will be called next.
Okay, so I'd like to speak about the operative clause 6, that is, encourages the use of technology and innovation to improve refugee registration, service delivery, and data management for efficient humanitarian response. So, what I found as the core issue or problem is that the clause encourages governments and agencies to use technology and innovation in refugee management, but it does not give any guidance, or it gives zero guidance or safeguards on how that technology should protect refugee rights. Now, let me tell you why this is a serious issue. This is a serious issue because there is no data privacy rules here. And let me introduce you to an example. In the year 2021, there was an incident with the Rohingya. I'll tell you the example of the Rohingya example. The UNHCR had collected biometric data from Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh. That same data was shared with the Myanmar government, the same regime accused of persecuting them. So, this exposed refugees to potential retaliation and identification if they ever returned. So, this was just an example, and this is why I think there's a risk of exploitation and tracking while there is a use of technology. So, I think it should clearly state, that is my proposed amendment, is that there should be a calls for the creation of an ethical data and digital identity framework under UNHCR to ensure all technology used in refugee management follows principles of data privacy, informed consent, blockchain security, and transparency.
Okay, I think it's a valid point. Any other objections? Or yes, Uganda, you may respond.
I think the United Kingdom countries' double standards has been revealed now. You are suggesting so much amendments for the improvement of refugees and for the protection of refugees. But you must think of one thing, that the industrialized nations like the UK see protest against the refugees fueled by anti-immigration sentiments. And you have been using slogans like "Stop the Boats." You have been completely against the protection of refugees, and how can you suggest that there must be protection of the refugees? And also one thing I have to clarify, that the least developed countries and the developing countries are hosting millions and millions of refugees in their countries. Whereas the industrialized countries like UK and many other countries are not accepting the refugees at all. But instead of supporting this stance of United Kingdoms, you are arguing to protect the refugees' rights. How can you argue that you want to protect the refugees' rights even though you are totally against it? Instead of promoting the burden sharing, you are promoting burden shifting. But also, you are saying that you want to protect the refugees' rights by implementing so much of amendments. How can you say that? It simply indicates your double standards.
I think United Kingdom, she's not suggesting a change to your point. I think you're liable to answer that question. You have the responsibility to answer, as it is a point of your country.
From what I believe, this has nothing to do with what I proposed. It was a statement on what my national policy. Or
actually, that's what I made clear. There is nothing to do with your amendment. Just to the question, I think you're responsible to answer.
Yeah. So, when has ever United Kingdom gone against refugees? When has it? United Kingdom is, if you check, it is one of the top donors. The United Kingdom is not a very large country, and it does not host a lot of refugees, but it supports refugees by giving out funds. Because I believe in the year 2024, the United Kingdom donated about 1.4 billion euros for the cause of them. Not just refugees, but displaced people. So I'm not exactly sure about the number. I'll just check it and let you know.
In 2025, the UK government has completely destroyed the hospitality of the asylum seekers. Then how can you say that you are protecting refugees and you are raising your voice for the protection of refugees?
See, let's put this question to later on. Please be seated. Is there any objection to the point that United Kingdom said? Is there any? No? Seeing none, so just give it as a writing to the Secretariat. You may be seated. Next, I think Portugal has been asking for a long time, and that will be the last, as we are running out of time.
So enlighten me if I'm wrong. In the 9th one, it is said that just discrimination. Ninth one.
Ninth one. Which ninth one? Oh yeah, yes.
Operational.
Yes, operatory ninth one.
It is just said that the word discrimination alone. So there can be different types of discrimination, right? So I am here for the refugees.
You want to specify it, right?
Yes. Yeah, basically because...
Make it short as we are running out of time.
Yeah, because many countries are against different genders and they don't mind killing. If my refugee is a bi or a gay or any transgender and they went to be a refugee in another
Okay, what are the
country,
specifications you want to make?
I want to make sure they are safe there.
So you said that the discriminations had to be specified.
Yes.
What specifications do you want to make?
They should be...
No. What specification, on which grounds the discrimination should be specified?
discrimination on gender.
Gender, especially gender.
Gender and
So-
sex related.
When it comes like discrimination of gender, it becomes only gender.
No, likewise it should be specified.
So can you please make it as a whole sentence?
Yeah, there should be discrimination on the do not be discrimination on the basis of gender, sex.
Yeah, but we are running out of time. No, we are running out of time. That's it. Oh, actually, he want. Okay. Yeah. I'll be coming back to you. You can be seated. I'll be asking right now. Advan. So, Portugal, yes. So, you are specifying it as gender and other discrimination.
Yes, should be.
Any objections to that? Seeing none, give it as a writing to the Secretary. Any other?
Thank you.
Any other? Yes, I think the delegate of Qatar and Japan. That will be the end. As you have already given a chance to speak.
Respected Presidium, the 8th clause in operatory, it states that welcome regional cooperation frameworks such as CRRF and Global Compact Refugees. I like to include some of the other regional cooperation such as encourages cooperation with regional humanitarian institutions such as GCC and OIC for culturally appropriate and region-specific solutions.
You want to add those organizations too?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Any objections? Any objections to that? Seeing none, give it as a writing to the Secretary.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, delegate of Japan. Just a moment. There are other speakers too.
Honorable Chair, Japan suggests adding in the operative clause 9. Japan suggests adding promoting global awareness through education and cultural exchange program to counter misinformation and xenophobia, reflecting Japan's belief in empathy and education-driven peace. Thank you.
Any objections to that? Objection to that? Yes, you may. Before that, any countries willing to speak can raise your place cards. Yes, China, valid. Okay. China, Brazil and Republic of Korea. United Kingdom, as we are running out of time and you have got a lot of chances, we are not going to do that. China, Republic of Korea and Brazil. Yes, you may respond. Pass on the microphone.
So my concern is that the clause 9 solidarity words, forcing solidarity can backfire. Local populations may feel ignored, causing anti-refugee movements to grow. For example, in Germany, empathy campaigns.
Can you make it short? What you came to mean? Make it short.
Okay. So if governments or UN try hard to people to love refugees through campaigns and slogans, it can actually create the opposite effects. People started to feel that their own culture, economy, or safety concerns can be ignored. This causes.
Your point is not clear. I just need the short thing. What you want to do in that?
So the solidarity and empathy.
Yeah, the word solidarity
is not that correct explanation for the clause 9.
Why it's not the correct explanation?
Because this can lead to a backfire of the cultural and economic concerns.
Not clear, not clear. Make it louder.
If government or the UN try to force people to love refugees through campaigns and slogans, it can actually backfire. Because
Actually, I think the word solidarity, if it is taken, I think it's meaningless. So,
sorry.
Yes. Do you want to make other amendments? You can be seated. Yes, next the delegate of China.
Hello. Okay, fine. See, I just want to make a small changing in the preamble clause.
Yes.
On the third paragraph, it is written exceeding 140 million according to the UNHCR. But in reality, it is actually 123.2 million. It's a big difference between the actual.
100 and, please say the number.
123.2 million according to the UNHCR data. So,
It has raised.
okay, it should be perfect. The data should be purpose. Acts as a preamble clause.
Yes, that's a valid point. I think there is no other objections to that point as it's a fact. So yes, you may be seated.
Okay, thank you.
Give it as sorry, we have noted, so no need writing. Next, yes, Republic of Korea.
Yeah, in the clause number 6, it is said that encourage the use of technology and innovation to improve refugee registration, service delivery and data management for efficient humanitarian response. So the countries like Iran, which have a high number of refugees from Afghanistan and all, but the countries like this Iran is not having advanced technologies or fund from any other nations.
So you want, what amendment do you want to make?
So what will this Iran like now to the
You are raising a question that what will Iran do without low technologies, right?
Yeah.
That one. You don't want to amend anything.
No.
Is there any answer for that? Anyone who wishes to give an answer? Seeing none. See, I think the delegate of which country? Brazil, I think so. No, North Korea, right? Delegate of North Korea. Delegate of Korea, right? Yeah. Delegate of Korea, right? Yeah. So, you are supporting Turkey. Which country did you mention?
Iran.
Iran. Yes, delegate of Iran. Where are you? Yes. Do you have any thing that you have only low technology? Do you agree to that? Do you agree to that South Korea, the Korea statement that your technology is inefficient? He says that your technology is inefficient. Do you agree to that? No. Iran is not agreeing, so your race is invalid. Please be seated. Next, the delegate of Brazil.
Hi. Actually, the delegate of Brazil wanted to make an amendment on the operative clause 10.
Yes.
I want to make an amendment to make it that request the Secretary General to include in the annual report an evaluation of how responsibilities and resources for refugee assistance are being shared among member states with special attention to overburdened development countries.
Make it short. What did you come to tell?
Like Brazil believes that reports should highlight the real inequalities and responsibility. That's there are a lot like developing countries carrying largest refugee burden with limited support. So the amendment ensures transparency and encourages fair burden sharing among all member states.
Okay, so any objections to that? Okay, so it is accepted, you can give it as a writing. Okay. Now, as all the other amendments are completed, we are moving on to the voting session. I now propose to put the resolution on addressing global refugee crisis and ensuring international cooperation for humanitarian assistance to vote. Would any distinguished delegate like to present a statement before the vote for 30 seconds expressing your view? Only for 30 seconds. Yes, Spain, you may come forward. Delegate of Spain, may please make it fast.
If you see here, there's a thing called stretching the urgent
Actually,
need
Delegate
for...
of Spain, you are not here to make an amendment, you are here to make a statement before the vote. That is, you are going to either tell that you are going to just campaign them as either they are willing to vote, you want, your stand will be, of course, yes, I think so. Yes, you accept this draft resolution, right? You accept this draft resolution? Do you accept this draft resolution? No. Then I think you must negotiate them to showing just you have to negotiate them saying that it's negative. Okay, that's all you can do. You cannot make any other amendments. All you can do is negotiate them to make a note. Okay, you get it clear? Yes. Continue.
How will I negotiate without not pointing out the problem?
Delegate, it's just 30
I
seconds.
refuse to, here it's saying stressing the urgent need for equitable burden. I refuse to classify refugees as burden. In USA, it has seen that refugees have brought in $129.8 billion more than what they cost in taxes. Hence, I would consider them productive rather than a burden. Hence, I should believe that they should be treated with more respect in the document addressing them.
Thank you, Delegate. So now we are going to the voting session. Those who favor the resolution, please raise your place cards. Favor the resolution. I think that's a majority. So you can keep your place cards down. Those who don't.
Ask them to raise their placards, I'll take the count.
Okay, so those who do not support this statement, please raise your praise cards. Those who do not support this statement, yes, only Spain. You can just note it down, one note. Those who abstain the statement, that is you don't agree, also you agree, like in a neutral statement. Those who abstain, anyone? So now, does any distinguished delegate of the General Assembly like to make a statement after the vote? Anything? Okay, seeing none, the result are as follows. The vote in favor of the resolution is 192. The votes against the resolution is 1. And those who abstain is no one. So, the resolution on addressing global refugee crisis and ensuring international cooperation for humanitarian assistance is adopted on the account of the majority 2/3. The General Assembly has concluded the debate on addressing global refugee crisis and ensuring international cooperation for humanitarian assistance. The meeting has now been adjourned.
Yeah, we'll have a session. We'll have Your valedictory ceremony will be there in 5 minutes.
ആ അവിടെ നല്ല എന്തെങ്കിലും വേണ്ട നല്ലൊരു എന്തെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ലോഡിലോട്ട് വേണ്ട അത് വേണ്ട വേണ്ട
Delegates, please be seated. Valedictory session will happen in 5 minutes.
Hello.
Members and our brilliant delegates. Welcome to the valedictory session of SNPS MUN 2025. For the past few hours, we have
अपने देश जगत से न्यारा
A very good evening to all. Respected principal, beloved teachers, faculty advisors, hardworking secretariat members, and our brilliant delegates. Welcome to the valedictory session of SNPS MUN 2025. Over the past few hours, we have been seeing delegates transform into diplomats, confidently representing nations, defending policies, negotiating compromises, and most importantly, listening to one another. This SNPS MUN wasn't just about competition. It was all about collaboration, communication, and the spirit to speak for what's right. And today, we gather to honor that spirit. Before we proceed, let's take a moment to appreciate the incredible effort of everyone who made this MUN possible. Our dynamic organizing committee, dedicated executive board, supportive faculty advisors, and a guiding light, our principal, who believed in the student-led initiative and encouraged us at every step. Let's give them a huge round of applause. And now, the moment we have all been waiting for, the award ceremony. The committees may have adjourned, but the excitement certainly hasn't. It's time to recognize the hard work, diplomacy, and outstanding performance that made this MUN truly unforgettable. I invite the judge to announce the result.
So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, respected dignitaries on the dais and other delegates present here. So, without further ado, we'll directly move to the valedictory ceremony. We'll directly move to the awards here. So, in regards to the awards, we'll be having best delegate from each school. There are a specific number of schools present here. Firstly, we'll be calling out the best delegate representing from each school, and then we'll move on to the awards for the best delegate and high commendation in each specific committee. All right? So the best school delegate from Alan Feldman Public School goes to Anaka Parvati SB representing France. The best school delegate from Arya Central School goes to Anaka S. Nair representing Congo. The best school delegate from Lekol Chambaga goes to Sijo S. Joseph representing Russia in the Security Council. The best school delegate from Loyola School goes to Matthew P. Rajesh representing Cuba.
The best school delegate from Sarvodaya Vidyalaya goes to Danya, representing Ireland in United Nations General Assembly. The best school delegate from Parameka Vidya Mandir goes to Krishnaveni SA, representing the delegate of France in United Nations Security Council. The best school delegate from St. Thomas Central School goes to Bama JP, representing Uganda in United Nations General Assembly. Best school delegate from BPM Model School goes to Afra Fatima, representing Spain in United Nations General Assembly. Best school delegate from Anand Bhavan Central School goes to Srinand AS, representing Panama in United Nations General Assembly. The best school delegate from Shabirgiri English School goes to Ashwin Nair S, representing Chile in United Nations General Assembly. The best school delegate from Lekol Chimpaka goes to Sijo S. Joseph, representing the Russian Federation in United Nations Security Council. finally, the best school delegate from SNPS Public School goes to Abhiram, the delegate of India from United Nations General Assembly.
Moving on to the commit. Moving on to the committee-specific awards. In particular, we'll start with the United Nations Security Council and then the General Assembly. The High Commission in the United Nations Security Council goes to the delegation representing Panama.
With that, the best delegate of UNSC of SNPS MUN 2025 is the delegation of Denmark.
Moving on to the United Nations General Assembly. Moving on to the United Nations General Assembly.
Moving on to the High Commendation of United Nations General Assembly, it goes to the delegate of China.
Delegates, we have one best delegate in the committee. Any guesses? It's the delegate of United Kingdom.
Finally, we have a very special and unique award. Best delegate from the Secretariat goes to the delegate representing United States of America.
Wow, that was a truly inspiring set of winners and participants. But remember, every delegate here today is a winner for speaking up, standing out and staying diplomatic even when debates got heated. Now I invite Ms. Simi PG to deliver the vote of thanks.
In Canada, every morning, a cross is God's own stick.
Good evening all. It's my proud privilege to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee of SNPS Model United Nations 2025. First and foremost, our heartfelt gratitude goes to our chief guest, Sri Srinivasan, for gracing this occasion with his presence and for his inspiring inaugural address. His words have truly ignited in our young delegates the spirit of diplomacy and global awareness. Our sincere thanks to Sri Inaugurated, President of SNCT, for his constant encouragement and leadership that guide every initiative at SNPS. A deep sense of appreciation to Dr. A.G. Rajendran, Secretary SNCT, and Engineer Chandrababu B, Academic Committee Convener, for their steady support and valuable presence for this event. A special note of gratitude to our Principal, Dr. Anita Andrew, for your unwavering support and encouragement throughout this Model United Nations Conference. Your vision, motivation, and guidance have been instrumental in making this event a grand success. Thank you for being a source of inspiration and motivation. We also extend our warm thanks to the judges for lending their time and expertise, and to the delegates from 12 schools whose enthusiasm and participation bring life and meaning to the SNPS MUN. Our heartfelt appreciation to Ms. Sula, Faculty Coordinator, all teachers, and technical and logistic teams who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make this day possible. Finally, to our delegates, our dear delegates, thank you for your active participation, thoughtful debates, and commitment in finding solutions to the pressing global issues on your agenda. Your passion and dedication have made this conference truly unforgettable. As we move forward into the sessions ahead, may the discussions be thoughtful, the debates insightful, and the spirit of collaboration strong. Thank you all once again for making this event a memorable and meaningful one. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for that heartfelt vote of thanks. As this SNPS MUN comes to an end, let's look back at what we have gained. New friendship, sharper minds, a strong belief that youth can make a difference in the world. You all came here as students, but lived as young diplomats, confident, articulate, and ready to lead change. On behalf of the entire SNPS MUN team, we extend a heartfelt thanks to our principal, teachers, executive board, and every delegate who made this journey so memorable. Until we meet again for another session of diplomacy and discovery, keep debating, keep questioning, and keep believing in the power of words to change the world. Thank you and have a nice evening ahead.
May I request all the delegates to come forward for an photo session? Delegates, kindly note, you can take school-wise photographs. First, Alan Feldman School along with the teachers, and you can take the photo, followed by Area Center School. And school-wise, you can come forward and take the photos.